On a retrouvé les écouteurs. Il y a un seul qui manque. Only one still missing. Thank you very much. If we can maybe try and get that last one. Un seul écouteur qui nous manque encore. Si vous pouvez... Mais sinon, on a bien travaillé. Hein? On a passé de 9 à 1. Bravo. Bravo. Sometimes you have to like... Auto. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, bienvenue au 3e jour du congrès. Welcome to the 3rd day and our last day of the International Chenin Blanc Congress. We are very honored to welcome Dr. Gabriel Pousset from the Institut de Pasteur. And unfortunately, he's not here with us. Oh, voilà. But voilà, docteur.
Hello.
On va faire un petit test pour voir si vous êtes là.
So let's do a little test. Welcome in South Africa. Stellenbosch, can you hear me?
Perfectly well. Hello, everyone.
Parfait. Donc, il a un petit...
So there is a slight delay. Okay.
Un petit délai. Donc, docteur, il faut parler doucement.
Okay.
Parfait. OK. Et aussi, je voulais vous dire...
I would also like to say that Dr. Le Pousset will be doing a presentation on Chenin Blanc and neuroscience. So,
thank you very much.
Perfect. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming this early morning for this first session of the 3rd day. My name is Gabriel Le Pousset. I'm a neuroscientist in Paris at Institut Pasteur. And the idea today is to, in this session, to discuss about Chenin and to discuss more particularly about the taste of Chenin. As you all convinced about that, Chenin Blanc is really a world-class grape variety with multiple sensory facets. And there's multiple reasons for this. Chenin Blanc is amazing because it's a grape variety that provides wine that can be dry, sweet, semi-sweet, botrytized, sparkling. So just the diversity of Chenin Blanc styles is unique. But the versatility of Chenin Blanc is also clearly visible at the level of the terroir expression. Chenin Blanc is an exceptional mediator of the expression of terroir. If you have tried to compare Chenin wine grown on clay, limestone, on sand, on granite, on schist, you have potentially observed how Chenin can transmit and generate a diversity of style. So the idea today is really to discuss about the taste of Chenin and to cross the point of views of multiple actors, multiple expertise, and try to discuss all together about the taste of Chenin. The ultimate idea is to provide wine producers, but also consumers, some elements to better understand and communicate about the taste of Chenin, to better describe the different sensory facets of Chenin Blanc, and to try to understand, up to what we can, how Chenin Blanc can express the sense of place. And so for this session, we are really thrilled to have an amazing roundtable with different expertise. And I will briefly give you a short biography of each of the speakers. The first speakers will be Helen Newwood. She's a senior researcher at the South African Grape and Wine Research Institute here in Stellenbosch University. She's a renowned allergist in South Africa, and She has a strong expertise in chemical analysis, and more recently, she has tried to combine both chemical analysis and sensory analysis to understand the taste of Chenin. And especially, she will share with us today some interesting and recent data with really a consumer approach, try to understand the Chenin Blanc taste from the consumer. Then we switch to Michael Friedjon. Michael Friedjon is really an internationally renowned wine critic and wine writer. He received numerous awards for his books. He's a regular international wine judge. He's a teacher, professor also in South Africa. And we are really happy to have him with us because of his encyclopedic knowledge of Chenin Blanc. And thanks to his knowledge, we'll go through the history of Chenin Blanc and how the taste of Chenin Blanc have evolved and how this grape variety have evolved over the last decades. Then we move to Tinashe Nyamuduka. He's a young sommelier with already a rich career. Tinashe was a sommelier in different great restaurants in South Africa before becoming a movie star, I would say, at least a documentary movie star. If you haven't seen the documentary Blind Ambition, I highly recommend you to see it. And he's now, after being a sommelier and a movie star, he's now a wine producer and he's in wine business. He's blending his own wine under his brand Komusha Wine, and he's selling his wine all around the world and offering his expertise also as a wine judge. And with Tinashe, we'll try to understand the taste of Chenin Blanc from the sommelier point of view. And I hope that Tinashe will share with us some principles to better appreciate the taste of Chenin in light of food pairing. Then I'll speak a little bit from the neuroscience point of view. I will try to have a neurosensory approach to the taste of Chenin and try to emphasize one gustatory facet of the Chenin Blanc, which have been particularly less explored in the last decades, which is the gustatory facet of salinity. You have all experienced some Chenin wine, especially in South Africa, growing on granite soils that have a saline finish on the mouth. So I would like to discuss this sensory facet and see where does it come from and what do we know so far about this facet from a brain point of view. And then to finish, it's really last but not least, we have a duo of terroir-inspired winemakers. Evelyne de Pontbriand, she's the head of Domaine du Clausel in Savenière, in the Black Anjou region of the Loire Valley. Evelyne has been working a lot and really motivating a lot of winemakers in Savenière, in Anjou, together with Patrick Baudouin, to promote the Chenin and Anjou wine in France. But today it's more the winemaker that we want to listen to and to understand how Chenin Blanc is a great grape, but also how the taste of Chenin Blanc wine, especially Savenière wine, have evolved over time. And we have also, together with Evelyne, we have Andrea Molineux. She's the co-owner and winemaker of the Molineux Wine Estate in Swartland, in South Africa. So two winemakers from France and South Africa. Andrea studied viticulture and enology in UC Davis, California. And then it's after several harvests in different countries, notably in France, that she finished and settled down with her husband in Swartland in 2007. And in this estate, soul signatures is really put forward in different cuvées of the winery, and we'll discuss with her why is it important and how Chenin can translate the expression of terroir. So you see different expertise, different point of view to discuss the taste of Chenin from different angles and see to what extent the taste of Chenin can be really something we can generate more vocabulary. We can also offer more terms to describe the taste of Chenin. And so let's start, and let's invite Eline on the stage to present a slide.
Doctor, if you don't mind, I'm interrupting you. You did a very good job. I'm going to call the panel up because I think you can see them. Can the doctors see them when they are on the panel? Yeah. So please, the panel that was just introduced, please come and join us on the stage. for the discussion. If there's no order, you are free. Voilà, parfait. Il est parti, le docteur.
I'm there, I'm there.
Oh, parfait. Et vous voyez bien? Vous voyez? C'est une très bonne nouvelle. You're gonna have a little bit difficulty seeing the doctor, but you can hear him fine. Vous allez animer le débat. Je vous laisse travailler. Merci beaucoup.
Excellent. And so, yes, first we're going to start with Eileen. And Eileen, we are several hundreds of kilometers away from each other, but your presentation is on my screen, and I will show your slides slide by slide. But please tell me when you want me to switch to the next slide. All right? Eileen, you have a microphone?
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Gabriel, for your introduction. And as Gabriel has said, Chenin is diverse in taste and diverse in style and what more. The question that one asks is, if you speak about the taste of Chenin, then the taste by whom? When we tackled the research to investigate the taste of Chenin, we had to rely on experts to... where is the pointer? I think you have to tell Gabriel.
Oh, so who's in control, Gabriel or Just want to do laser? No? Say again? Oh, Gabriel is in control.
Okay.
Tu veux lui dire
Yes.
laser? She wants the next slide. No, c'est Gabriel. So the doctor in France is in control of your slides.
Doctor, will you please give me the next slide?
Yep.
Okay, so when we conducted this research, we approached it from different angles, and to get an insight into the taste of Chenin, as I said. And most importantly for us was to also clearly define whose taste are we speaking about. Are we talking about experts who has got a sensory map in their minds and can fit in the different Chenin styles? Or are we talking about the man on the street who is standing in the shop and have to choose a bottle of wine based on some information or maybe some memory? Therefore, the roadmap that we used to get insight into this very tricky question was to first of all investigate consumers' wine purchase behavior and take our lead from there to see where do they stand with respect to understanding or communicating or appreciating the taste of Chenin. Then the next stage was to clearly define the sensory domain of Chenin, of the different styles, and also in relationship to other white wine cultivars in South Africa, major in terms of volumes consumed by the consumer. And then finally, we wanted to convey our insight in a visual picture. Gabriel, will you give me the next slide, please? So, as I said, we started on the Chenin journey through the lens of the consumer. And after doing a survey under South African consumers, asking them, what do you think about Chenin? Can you describe it? The striking feedback was that there was a lot of confusion. Now, I'm not saying that South African winemakers are confused, wine drinkers are confused. I'm saying that it was very clear way back in possibly 8 years ago that there was a whole lot of clarification to be done and finding a way to communicate to the consumer in uncomplicated, straight terms. Next slide, please. So our objective there was to go from a generic white wine, which is how consumers relate, how they perceive Chenin, to something that has a very clear and distinct identity amongst other white wine varietals, as I've said. And on the next slide, you will see our strategy in short. I said in the beginning that we wanted to relate the knowledge and the insight from experts, how they understand Chenin, how they describe Chenin in the context of other white wine varietals. And we mined the platter data for 7-8 years of data work, mined the data and interpreted the data and eventually gave feedback to the industry. Next slide. So this was a massive task and a steep learning curve of us. Suddenly we scientists had to work with words instead of numbers. It was a huge data set, almost 39,000 different words, and we identified 266 unique attributes in the blurbs, in the century blurbs, and we had to compress the information to focus on main aspects mostly. As you will see from these numbers, it supported the notion that the descriptions for Chenin and the different styles were many and diverse. So we relied on our colleagues at Stellenbosch University, who are experts in artificial intelligence, and they came up with this picture, which the first time when I looked at it, it reminded me of the flowers emerging in Namaqualand in the September-October stage in South Africa. And we clearly said that we will have to go one step further. What was very, very interesting and encouraging, though, is that you can see that Chenin is positioned on the right of that plot that you're looking at, whereas Sauvignon Blanc is on the left. Each of these little circles is a word, those words that I mentioned to you just now, and the strings, the lines, connect the words. And the sparser the area, the less dense the area, that is where the unique characteristics of a particular style is. For Chenin on the right-hand top. And what was also interesting was that the wines with the highest quality rating in platter emerged at the top there, those descriptors. So this was to us a clear indication that if we work harder and we stick to our guns, then we should be able to extract the unique character of Chenin. Next slide, Gabriel. So this is what we boiled down to. As I said, the previous picture made our scientists very excited, but was of no interest to the public. And we got the graphic department of Stellenbosch University to design the aromas of Chenin, and beautiful colored, and we had input from several wineries. So that has traveled all over the world where Ina and her team goes. And on the right-hand side, we even made it more simple, just distinguishing between simple and more complex styles. That could include wooded, not wooded, matured for longer periods. And when we made that plot, I've said this before, so bear with me if you've heard it before. If you turn the sheet in a landscape position, it almost has the shape of the horse head. And the year that we did this work was actually the year of the horse. So that was also encouraging that we were on the right track. Gabriel, next slide. So in pictures, now we've said the taste by whom. We have dealt with the experts, how they conveyed it. We have digested it to make it more attractive for the ordinary consumer. And then we are moving one step further, and that is to cross language barriers. You know, South Africa has a handful of official languages. So by sticking to English, we exclude a whole lot of potential and current Chenin wine drinkers. So the next slide, Gabriel. Is that the... Oh. So that is how I want to conclude our journey of trying to capture the unique character and the taste of Chenin, particularly focused to the ordinary consumer and starting now to cross language barriers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Don. Thank you very much, Eileen. It's great. May I? We have time for a few questions, and may I start maybe with the first question, Eileen? According to what you just showed to us, you emphasize a lot the aromatic descriptors with the aroma wheel in particular. Would you say that aromatic descriptors are great to cross the cultural barriers, or would you think that also gustatory and mouthfeels and mouth-related descriptors are also good to transmit information between culture?
The response to that question is, if you start speaking about mouthfeel and aspects like that to the ordinary consumer, I personally think that it is a little bit advanced. Our experience is that the ordinary consumer speaks about sweet or not sweet, or bitter, or basic taste. But complex taste, yes, I agree with you, Gabriel, that the mouthfeel aspects could be included, but we did not do that at the stage that the work was done. But you're right, that is certainly part of the sensory perception.
And there is really a kind of a trade-off, because at some point you want to personalize the taste of Chenin to the consumers and try to communicate with them with their own words and their own reference. And at the same time, you want to have a universal aroma wheel for Chenin. So how do you deal with these two forces, to be really close to your consumers? And the fruits, for example, in South Africa are different from the fruits that you can find in the US, in England, or in France. So how do you combine those two different forces?
You know, coming back to our journey, I would say that the objective with the aroma wheel was basically to catch the consumer's attention. And in South Africa, we've been working together as a team. There are several tasting sessions where the winemakers are present, and we have seen that the consumers, the uninformed or the non-expert consumer, they discuss with the winemakers, and of course the winemakers know their products very well and take them on the journey further. Yeah, so I agree with you.
Good. Well, excellent. Thank you very much, Eileen. I don't know if there is some question in the audience or some question on the stage. But if not,
on peut avancer, oui, on peut avancer.
We can move.
Yes.
Excellent. So now it's time to listen to Michael. Michael, if you can come on the stage and share with us your encyclopedic knowledge, as mentioned.
Well, bonjour, good morning everyone, and it's really wonderful to see such a turnout for Chenin Blanc, a worldwide turnout for Chenin Blanc in South Africa. 50 years ago, this could not have been predicted. Perhaps 40 years ago, it could not have been predicted. Even 30 years ago, this would have been the most unlikely event. And to give you a sense of where Chenin Blanc has come from in South Africa, I need to share a little bit of compulsory history. So in the 1970s, the South African wine industry had a very small consumer base and a very large brandy component. By far, I would say 80% of all vineyards existed for the production of brandy, or brandy by default, because the wine couldn't be sold, and because all wine was controlled by the KWV, and there was a minimum price, and that minimum price was determined by a combination of volume and potential alcohol. Unsurprisingly, this meant we had an industry that was predominantly white grapes, and here Chenin Blanc represented 30% of the total plantings in South Africa. But the other white varieties fashionable at the time were Colombard, Uni Blanc, Claret Blanche. The actual amount of quality red grape as a percentage of the total vineyard was somewhere between 2 and 4%. And the predominant red grape in the 1970s was Sanso, representing about 13% of all plantings. You go forward to the 1980s, and a transformation is taking place in the vineyards. For the first time, so-called international varieties become available. So we are seeing the first plantings of modern Pinot Noir, a ghastly clone from Switzerland, the BK5, but that was the first available clone. The first Chardonnay came with leaf roll virus, and a lot more Chardonnay came in the 1980s, mainly smuggled by growers who couldn't use the legally available clones. A huge amount of Sauvignon Blanc, and the first plantings of Merlot, Cabernet Franc, etc. And these new plantings began to displace many of the old plantings. The biggest victim was Sanso, which declined 80% in the 1980s. And interestingly, and I didn't realize this until I did the research, initially Chenin Blanc plantings actually increased and went up to 32% in the early 1980s. And then South Africa was in the midst of a period of great isolation, and many of those new plantings didn't readily have a market. You come then to the 1990s, we get to the end of isolation, and the message that was coming to South Africa is that you have the wrong balance between red and white. We were 2/3 white varieties, 1/3 red, and essentially the UK supermarket said we want international varieties, by which they meant Cabernet, Merlot, Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc. And it was quite clear to many people, certainly to me, that Chenin Blanc was going to be the victim of this process, because something had to be pulled out to replace the vineyards with what the supermarkets were calling for. And so Chenin plantings began to decline. And I certainly, as a critic and also as an involved member of the industry, tried to save some of the Chenin Blanc vineyards. I went to the KWV, which for me was a very difficult thing to do, and suggested that if we didn't have a concerted attempt, we would be destroying our vineyard heritage. That if we had 30,000 hectares of Chenin Blanc vineyard, then at least 5,000 must be exceptional and worth saving. And this led to a number of different initiatives. In an attempt to save the Stars of Viticultural Heritage, I then went to South African Airways, for whom I was the wine advisor, and persuaded them to put up the tickets for a couple of Chenin Blanc symposiums. Wine Magazine launched the Chenin Challenge, and a number of initiatives of this sort indicate that there was a sense that we need to do something. The obvious individual in the room is Ken Forrester, who acquired Scholzenhof in 1993. Planted at that farm was a vineyard that goes back to 1970. Ken saw the opportunity to make a unique selling statement with a vineyard, and this was exactly the same message everywhere: why replant at the investment of replanting if you can do something exceptional with what you already have? He understood its value as a point of difference. He understood that if you followed the old passage and tried to make wine that could be distilled into brandy, you had no future at all. You needed to come up with a wine that had a personality of its own. Interestingly, at the same time, and it's the other example I'm choosing, Boschendal, which was owned by Anglo-American and was probably the largest by volume estate wine producer in the country, was probably 50% planted to Chenin Blanc. And it covered the Chenin in wines such as Blanc de Blanc, which really was simply Chenin under another name. But they had a winemaker who at least had a bit of budget. So he began experimental barrel agings in the very early 1990s, so that as we go from that era of isolation to the international market, you do have the beginning of a Chenin renaissance, but at the same time, you have a lot of pressure to get value out of those vineyards. To give you an idea of what happened between 1993, when South Africa's isolation began to end, and 2013, a 20-year period, our exports went from 25 million litres a year as a country to 525 million litres. But that was all at a low price point. It's an extraordinary export, but really all it is salvaging grapes from distillation and selling them in international markets at quite low prices. So at that time, early mid-1990s, a bottle of Chenin Blanc had a selling price of 10 to 15 Rand. It was an object of ambition to get over 20 Rand for a bottle of Chenin Blanc. At the same time, you would get 40 or 50 Rand for a Chardonnay. And with the launch of the Chenin Blanc Challenge, which had its first iteration in 1996, and I was on the panel for most of, certainly the first 10 years, I studied and went back to what styles of wine were being rewarded in those distant years. So the very first winner was a Boschendal that had had wood age. For us, this was extraordinary, that Chenin Blanc could be something other than a neutral white wine that had come from a co-op. The second year, Jean Daniel made a wine for Morgenhof, which also involved the use of wood. By the third year, Francois Naudier had already identified a vineyard block at L'Avenir. And it was an early attempt, using the site available, to focus on site. By the fourth year, Jeff Greer at Valera moved back towards an idea of fruit purity, mineralité, in the wine. And then there was a series of 5 years where De Trafford, Carnu, and in fact, Jean Daniel pretty much dominated the winners. And there are two styles that begin to emerge. One is a lot of oak, often with a lot of lees work, and usually with a bit of botrytis. And those three factors combined for people to begin to see that you could work Chenin, not work with Chenin, but work it. It's an era of cellar-made wines where the source of fruit is important, but there is so much old vineyard that winemakers have an infinite choice in their hands. But on the other hand, what you really require is somebody to start focusing on site. And there are signs of this. Amongst the winning wines was a Quermont vineyard that David Trafford identified Secondly, some of those Kanu wines came from already old blocks in Stellenbosch. And that process continued, I would say probably till the second half of the first decade of the millennium, so 2005 onwards. By then, Ken's FMC was already in the market and making progress at two levels. It was site-specific. It had very distinct vinification features, which he incorporated, including the use of botrytized fruit. It had barrel, but it was site-specific. And it had a vision in terms of price, which was very important. It led the movement from cheap wine to premium wine, which was so essential for the next stage of that transformation. Then, as you heard yesterday, Ibn Sadi started to focus on site. And between 2005 and now, the entire focus has been on site, mainly old vine, the elimination almost of cellar strategies in order to obtain the purity that comes from sites that can express themselves entirely through the fruit. In this, what you've seen is that the winemakers and the viticulturists have grown up, but at the same time, so have the consumers. If you spoke to new consumers today who would spend 500 to 1,000 rand on a bottle of not visibly oaked Chenin Blanc, and tell them that 25 years ago no one paid any money at all for the fruit that went into that wine, they simply would not believe it. They want that purity of fruit, and it's that perfect complementariness between what consumers are prepared to pay for and what winemakers have given them. In other words, the voyage of discovery has been joint between consumers and producers and viticulturists that has brought the Chenin industry in South Africa in a very short time to the place you now find it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. It's amazing to see where do we come from, and thank you for sharing this with us. May I start also with a follow-up question? After being able to see where do we come from, I wish we could ask where do we go now? If we look from the past, it's also to look into the future. So what's your expectations, and what are your ideas for the future in terms of Chenin Blanc styles?
Well, are we working? Yeah. I think that one of the things we will see is considerable progress into site specificity, with an understanding not only of the climatic factors, but much more importantly, the soil factors and the kind of wine that you can expect to produce from the soils in which those vineyards are established. The second is directly linked to the Old Vine Project. In order to get expression of place, you need to have well-established vineyards. And so the Old Vine Project has gone a long way towards helping us to that site specificity. The third thing which we're seeing is that people are now planting Chenin for aging, in other words, for old vineyards, not merely to get fruit off the vines, but to see those vines into a respectable old age. And I think consumers will increasingly go in that direction.
I noticed also one stuff that struck me is, at some point you said that the UK supermarket almost killed Chenin Blanc. So it means that the renaissance of Chenin Blanc also came from a diversity of consumers and businesses and different way to discuss about Chenin on different levels of markets. Do you see that also the market for Chenin Blanc has evolved in terms of countries? New countries are now discovering Chenin Blanc. What's about Asia, for example, and the relation between Asia and South African Chenin Blanc, for example?
I certainly think that there's a huge advantage for Chenin going forward, is that 20 years ago there was very little respect for it in international markets. There's now growing awareness of its ability to provide complex wines, and I think that the consumers, even the supermarket consumers, are bored with the choices that are available. And I think Chenin Blanc, at a commercial level, can significantly improve its standing in the next 5 years.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Michael. It was really great to have you on stage for this historical moment. Okay. Well, now we'll switch to the restaurant table, I would say, and invite Tinashi to come on stage, and let's discuss about his personal journey with Chenin Blanc, and also what is his relation with Chenin Blanc, and especially how did he manage to express and present the Chenin Blanc on the table at the restaurant level.
Oh, thank you, Gabriel. I think you gave me a very elaborate introduction and many hats to wear, which I can safely say it wasn't by default, by design. I've been, 3 days here. We've listened to intellects, some scientists. We've listened to history. Now take all that stuff and throw into a restaurant environment and try translating that conundrum into an experience to a guest, and you realize why a hybrid person like me is standing in front of you. So I think, my journey it's in wine started from no experience at all. So I migrated from Zimbabwe into South Africa around 2008 and ended up working in restaurants. And like many wine drinkers, now, I never had a historic reference to my wine drinking palate, which was quite a difficult thing to work with, because you go on tastings and I couldn't relate to the quince, the asparagus, the blackberries, the blackcurrants. I've never seen a blackcurrant tree even up to now. So that became a hindrance into the enjoyment of wine. But again, it also stoked the curiosity, because I really wanted to understand this beverage that I'd learned to love and like. But without that historic reference, you really have to find a niche for yourself. And I was curious to study anything about wine, not just in the restaurant. That's why I had to go to microfridging school to learn how to judge wine, to decipher wine, how to make quality wine. And over the years, I worked in hotels, restaurants. But I have to say the defining moment was when I joined Luke Dale Roberts at the test kitchen, culinary genius, and I honestly learned food after wine, and it's probably one of the amazing things that happened to me as well. So over the years, that part I had of the wine judging, and obviously experience in the restaurant, my job was to pair food and wine on a daily basis. So that meant I had to taste quite a lot of food. I had to taste quite a lot of wine. And again, I've always had a curiosity in wine business and economics. That's where the UCT came in, and I went to do my postgraduate diploma in wine business management, which again almost culminated into this hybrid person you see now. But what really caught my interest was working in a restaurant. You realize, wine is almost designed like you're designing a plate of food. And there's quality fruit you can have. There's a quality restaurant, which I'll probably equate to a vineyard in the sense of place. You have the chef, almost like the winemaker, who sources the great food, brings out the palate, and you're almost working in the kitchen, which is the cellar. That's where you build the food. But my time in the restaurant, and by the time I was so qualified, I realized to an extent the chef was the star of the show. But the most important person was the saucier. He's the last person to send the sauce to the chef. So after you've made your wines, you've chosen your selection of style, your barrel, you needed that guy to really polish it out and put it there, and that's where your dish could be judged. And I realized you know, the industry was kind of in a different place where there's quality fruit, there's quality size, but the food which was coming wasn't really polished and really directed to what the consumer's taste wanted. And I felt that's where I could really put the void. So like many people, you know, I have to say I went into this industry without knowledge, but I really had an appetite for good wine. So my first real wine, which I enjoyed, was Rudera, made by the Teddy Hall. And the reason I like it, it was quite so rich, it was quite so palm, and it had that bit of botrytis that Mike was referring to. And for me, it was appealing because it was sweet. But over the years, you kind of change your style and differ into much more site-specific, cleaner styles of Chenin. So the reason I then started my project was because I felt, unlike most grape varieties, Chenin, for a guy like me without any winemaking experience, without any oenological scientific experience, is one grape you can manipulate in the cellar and really put out something that's so distinctive and that can have your DNA. And it had been proven, I could tell, because, you know, people drink FMC, they don't know if it's a Chenin or not, but Ken has put a DNA on the wine, and I felt strongly you could do it with the Chenin Blanc. That's why I reached out to a close friend of mine who I had met through his Chenin Blanc, Attilo, or the Obstal Carl Everson, and went on to the cellar and started this project of Kumusha wine, which I felt I could really be that saucier in the kitchen. Probably the wine version of that. I'm still yet to find a name for that. That's why I started Kumusha Wines, because I felt as much as the wines were coming from the winemakers, it really didn't resonate with what I was getting insights from the consumer and the certain dishes which were coming out. And that's why we have Kumusha Wine, which is much more consumer focused than really spending time in the cellar. And what I realized, again, working in a restaurant, was a lot of technical speak isn't very much pleasurable when you're trying to explain and getting guests to drink wine. So I became more or less on the technical, but more on the delivering of pleasure. And yeah, here I am, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all, and ready for the questions.
Thank you very much, Nashi. Thank you for sharing this personal journey. So my first question for the saucier, if I may say. 3 years ago, on kind of the same stage, we had a sommelier, David Biro. He's a famous French sommelier. And he mentioned one interesting point. He mentioned the fact that for him, Chenin Blanc wine are pretty interesting for vegetarian food. And because we see more and more a rise up of vegetarian food, vegetarian dishes, at least in Europe and potentially also in South Africa, would you say that Chenin Blanc, and which style of Chenin Blanc would you recommend for all these movements of vegetarians?
Yeah, I have to say, I think, because we've all agreed that Chenin is very versatile, and you can really manipulate it to really pair well with food. And it's quite interesting that you mentioned a vegetarian. So when I joined the test kitchen, I'd never loved cauliflower in my whole life. But I remember vividly Luke Del Roberts had a cauliflower dish. You know, it was toasted cauliflower. He had a cauliflower in cheese form, and he had cauliflower that he tossed in a deep fryer. And the most ideal wine I paired with that wine was a Chenin, well, mostly Chenin Blanc. And it was, I think, the catology probably had a bit of semio, but the most of Chenin really worked with that. So I honestly feel it does work with vegetarian dishes, but it's just a versatile wine, and most people yesterday spoke about how best it holds acidity, which you really need in terms of pairing with foods as well. And you can easily manipulate the wine to be rich, creamy. It does work well with a bit of wood, but not overly wooded, lightly wooded. And the most important thing is, with Chenin Blanc, you can extract as much taste and texture, which you really need to hold up with especially delicate foods as well. And, you know, I've had magic working with Chenin Blanc, from the simpler fruity juicy Chenin Blanc to the noble late harvest, and even most importantly, I had a great experience working with skip contact, you know, orange wine style Chenin Blanc from you know, the El Bandito. So it's really versatile, and I think it's a necessary grape variety to have in a restaurant.
Excellent. And another question is, when you present your wines, for example, from Kumusha wine or at the restaurants, how do you showcase the notion of sight? How do you present that to your clients? Because you mentioned a very interesting point, is we have to think about the experience of tasting. It's not just about the wine, but what you offer around the wine that is also important to have the pleasure of the wine. So how do you showcase this notion of landscape, site, geology, climate, I don't know, botanic aspect maybe? How do you put that on stage for the consumers?
Yeah, it's another interesting topic, right? Because amongst all of us in this room who geek out into wine and the notion of terroir, the notion of place, and if you break it down, it's all about memory and taste, right? But I think as wine professionals, we tend to we don't realize how much of it is an inward emotion. So if I come and say this wine, it's terroir, it's Stellenbosch, if you've never been there, it's really hard to comprehend, right? So for me, what I realized and figured, and that's what I drive mostly with the Kumusha wine, is I'm not really tied to land, but what I sort of do is, because you're not going to change the taste and the profile of the wine, but what you can manipulate and change is create, is almost make the drinker or the guest to create their own notion of terroir. For me, Kumusha means your home, your roots, your origins. And it goes back to when I said I didn't have a reference to my palate. So when I smelt the wine and taste the wine, it gives me memories of my own terroir that I'm familiar with. And that's what I really try to share the notion of terroir with the wine drinkers and the guests. It's easy for them to create their own, because they get emotionally connected with the wine. And mind you, you're not changing any aspect about the wine, but you're just creating the memory and the reference. And in doing so, it almost forms triggers for them to kind of relate their terroir with what you're saying, but in a much more pleasurable way.
Excellent. All right. Is there any questions in the room or in the audience on the stage for Eileen? I see you grabbing the microphone. You have a question?
I have a question, Gabriel. Tinash, the old wine category in restaurants, do people ask for it? Would you offer it? How do you pair it? Do we have volumes?
Yeah, obviously it's another reference point, and I quite like that in restaurants, you know, when the Old Vine project is related to, it's almost linked to Chenin Blanc, which is good. And I think it's an easy selling point, and without referencing the grape variety, which sometimes can be a good thing and a selling point, especially to non-Chenin drinkers. It can be an easy tool, but obviously the wines are not readily available. Some are really in finite quantity. In terms of taste, they do really express a different style of Chenin, which is much more cleaner. It's got full of depth and minerality, which I like. So on a food pairing aspect, they do pair well, and on a selling aspect, it makes the life easy, because most of the time you're not referencing the grape variety, but about the taste and place.
Docteur, juste une question. Je sais que
I know that people like to ask questions, and it's a very active session. But let's perhaps continue, and then we have the questions at the end, or because I know that people want to ask questions to Michael Fridgen as well. How do you feel about it?
With the audience at the end. You're right. It's
on
better
va
like
faire
that.
ça. On va laisser intervenir et à la fin on pose des questions.
So we will leave the speakers, and then we'll have questions at the end.
We'll have time for questions. I'm sure there's a lot of people that would like to exchange, like yesterday.
Excellent. So it's my turn now to present a new aspect that we have not discussed so far. We mentioned Chenin for his complex aromatic wheel. We mentioned some gustatory aspect, the use of oak, the richness that you can have with Chenin. I want to showcase one particular gustatory facet of Chenin wine, which I've came through, especially with Chenin wine from South Africa. For example, if I had to take one wine that has this typical saline finish at the end, would be, for example, the Granite Cuvée from Molineuse wine. This signature, for me, is kind of interesting and also quite confusing, because you can notice this saline touch at the end of the mouth, but we don't know where does it come from. We don't know exactly what sensory receptors are engaged into that, and so I wanted to invite you into a journey into the mouth and see how we can solve this issue. Where does it come from, this saline touch, and how to interpret this. So to start this journey into in gustation, I have to come back to the basics. These are the four classical gustatory dimensions: sweet, sour, salty, bitter. You all agree on with this. But you also know that we have a fifth sense called umami. Umami is a Japanese name, which doesn't mean anything neither in French, neither in English, neither in any language except Japanese. And if I start to translate umami, it means delicious, which is still not very meaningful, I would say. And umami is, in fact, I will go deeper into that. Umami is the presence of a sensor on the surface of our tongue, able to detect the presence of amino acids. And amino acids are the bricks that compose our proteins. And if I offer you the classical umami reference taste, which is glutamate, and if I offer a solution made of glutamate to a general audience like the one right now, most of the people would say, oh, this solution tastes salty and a bit sweet. But most of the people won't say it tastes umami. If I do the same in Japan, for example, even to small kids of 5-10 years old, they will immediately say this is umami. So the quest nowadays, and also in Europe, is to try to find some way to discriminate between what is umami and what is salty and sweet, and try to give us some words, some descriptors to help us to disambiguate those senses. So a focus on umami. Umami is, as I mentioned, the presence of a receptor on the tongue, on the taste buds, which detect mainly amino acids, and one of the main amino acids that is detected is glutamate. Again, amino acids are the brick that compose proteins, so anytime you have a protein-rich ingredient and that you start to break down the proteins with different processes, fermentation, maturation, cooking, you can release some glutamate. Glutamate is the main ligand to this receptor, but you have also some molecules like nucleotides. Nucleotides are the brick of our genetic material inside all our cells. And there is a third element that we can find in wine that could trigger umami is succinic acid. It's an organic acid released through fermentation. And so what can be umami in our everyday food? One key umami stuff is old cheese, like old Parmigiano, for example. Those old cheese, which have matured for a long time, start to break down the proteins. This is visible on this old cheese. Maybe in South Africa, you have also this very old cheese, old mature cheese for several months, 30 months, 40 months. you start to see those little white crystals on this cheese. The same goes also for the very old, mature ham. And this is a signature, this white crystals, a signature of the proteins being disintegrated and releasing some amino acids that start to crystallize. But the key umami stuff that we can have in our kitchen is broth, bouillon, chicken broth, chicken bouillon, beef broth, beef bouillon are the typical element that we have in the kitchen. When you cook for a long time a chicken for several hours, you start to break down proteins into amino acids, and you start to have this taste of bouillon. So if I had to translate umami in more Occidental vocabulary, I would say bouillon flavor. But you can have also this taste also in oysters, and also in some vegetables-based proteins, which is soy. So soy sauce, the classical Asiatic soy sauce, is made of proteins from the soy oils that have been fermented and release this typical taste. Is just to give you a hint of how important is the maturation process. If you take a piece of pork and want to try to make this piece of pork a really good ham, during the production, so the salting steps and the drying, it's only during the ripening of the ham that you start to release those amino acids. Meaning that really it's when you transform the material, the protein material, that you start to release umami. It's not only proteins from the animal domain, but also from vegetables. Tomato sauce is umami, asparagus, also green peas, some seaweeds, some mushrooms, some vegetables like celery branches as a typical umami flavor, taste. And if I have to summarize this taste, when you taste chicken bouillon, when you taste soy sauce, when you taste Parmigiano, what you have in common between those different ingredients is that you have a salty, savory taste that is very persistent, kind of coating in the mouth. You have an impression of mouth coating, trigger a lot of salivation, and is also very pleasant. If you compare saltiness like the sea salt, for example, or the saltiness from umami, umami is really pleasant. And one reason for that is that umami is a gustatory facet that we know for a long time, because there is a lot of glutamate in milk, in breast milk, and in maternal milk, you have a lot of glutamate. So this is one gustatory dimension that we know for a long time. In milk, what you have in milk is basically fat, sweet, and umami. So let's keep that in mind, something salty from the domain of saltiness, but very persistent, coating, salivating, and very pleasant. In wine, where does umami come from? There is no protein, there is no Parmesan cheese in wine. So where do we have those components coming from? So in wine, you can find a little bit of glutamate, some nucleotide, and succinic acid. Coming from where? Coming from a very important ingredient in wine is yeast. And especially when you grow wine on yeast, on lilies, and you extract some material from this yeast during autolysis and yeast breeding, in fact, those yeast will release a little bit of glutamate and can bring this umami taste to the wine. Another aspect is fermentation. And fermentation, during the fermentation, when the yeast are still alive, they can produce, in some conditions, some succinic acid. And I was really interested by a work that was done in South Africa, in South Africa University, showing that yeast nutritional stress, and especially the deficit of nitrogen during fermentation, can boost and emphasize the production of succinic acid. This is a work from De Klerk and Van Rensburg, published in 2010. And this is, I think it's very interesting to show that potentially the yeast can produce some compounds that has a taste, umami taste, in reaction to some parameters that are, in fact, reminiscent of the site, of the place. The nitrogen deficit, for example, would be obtained in specific region and not otherwise. To give you a way of understanding this, sometimes it's interesting to take a long cut and look at wine from a different perspective, from the perspective of sake. If you have tasted sake, for example, you have potentially tasted this saline finish on the end, which is coming from the presence of glutamic acid, glutamate, and succinic acid, which are present at pretty high rates. And in those, when you produce sake or some white wine, you can have a different range of these molecules, which can be above the detection threshold, which are presented here on the right column. So some wine may have some elements that trigger a sort of umami-like taste elements. So last but not least, there is a key aspect in the umami detection threshold is that there is a lot of synergy. What I mean by synergy, if I have to summarize synergy, is the idea that 1 + 1 = 3. In the field of umami, it's well known that if you have a little bit of glutamate under the threshold of detection, and if you have a little bit of nucleotide under the detection of threshold, if you add those two together in the same solution, you have a 1 + 1 = 3. Those two together are much higher in umami than if they were separated and isolated into a solution. Meaning that if you have to, it's the accumulation of different sources of umami that will emphasize and increase the level of umami in the wine. So I'm talking about umami because for me, this is one salty-like taste that we can potentially find in the wine, in addition to the classical salty. What we mean by salty is the taste of sea salt. It's the taste of natrium chloride. It's the taste of the salt that you have on your table. In fact, people have also discovered recently that in our mouth there is potentially a sixth taste. There is one receptor in the mouth that is detecting calcium. And so it's not trivial because calcium, this is something that can accumulate in the vine, can accumulate in the grapes, and can potentially be present also in the vine. And so we have a detector for calcium. Maybe you have experienced this also in your kitchen, in France, in Europe, and potentially in South Africa too. You may have different mineral waters, and some mineral waters are more concentrated with calcium and magnesium, and some waters are really very low in minerals. And those mineral waters that are highly concentrated in calcium and magnesium, they have a taste. They have a specific taste, and if you can monitor this taste, it's thanks to potentially this calcium detector. So unfortunately, if people are asked to taste a solution with calcium or magnesium, most of the people say it's salty, a bit bitter. And so how do we disambiguate again those different forms of saltiness? Because at the end, if you taste something salty, if you have a saline finish at the end of the wine, potentially it can come from umami, it can come from your salty receptor, it can come from your calcium receptor. So how to tease them apart? So one way is to understand the nature and the source of these elements. So salty, and the element that can activate your salty receptor is our sodium and potassium, really the element that you can find in the sea salt. Calcium is mainly calcium and magnesium, and those two elements are really mineral elements. They can come only from the soil. They can come only from what the vine have brought to the must and then to the vine, except if you start to add a little bit of elements in your cellar, but technically it should come only from the soil. Whereas umami, it's important to understand that umami are some elements that are only made of carbon and oxygens, so it's really an organic molecule. It comes from the yeast, it comes from the enological process happening inside the winery. And so it's important to already understand that if you have a saline touch at the end of your mouth in a wine, it can come from the soil, from the minerals, but it can come also from what was happening in the winery. And so a key element to disambiguate those three is to listen to the evolution of taste in your mouth. It's well known now that salty perception, so the sea salt, for example, is a perception of saltiness that is very rapid, very immediate, and very declining very rapidly. It's very short in time. Whereas if you taste magnesium or calcium chloride, for example, or if you taste glutamate, those sensations are much more long-lasting. And the more long-lasting one is umami, is glutamate-based sensation, which has also, I repeat, also a different facet, pro-salivation, mouth coating, and kind of pleasant. So each time you have a saline finish at the end of your mouth, think about it's potentially umami or magnesium. If you have a saline finish with a salivating finish, a very pleasant finish, potentially you have umami in your wine. Umami in your wine, which means that at some point, this is something that we have to emphasize. And I've seen and I've noticed personally, and I will be happy to share also with people like Tinas, like Michael, about their personal experience about salinity in wine. But I have the feeling, and this is where enology can bring an added value, I have the feeling that some terroirs have a stronger saline finish than others. And those terroirs would be more granite or very poor with sandy soils, for example. They have, if the winemakers are doing a good job, they are able to provide this saline finish. Like if saline finish was a signature of some terroir and some type of viticulture. This is where I think enology and sensory analysis can bring an added value to demonstrate that, in fact, some terroir, through the prism of fermentation, can give rise to some particular gustatory facets. In this equation of salinity, I want to bring a key important aspect is saliva. Our saliva inside the mouth is not neutral. Saliva is not only water. Saliva is composed of water, yes, but also some ions. And we have a lot of calcium ions already in our saliva, which means that our reference taste, triggered by saliva, is not zero, it's already a lot of calcium. Why do we have calcium and phosphate in our saliva? It's because our teeth are made of phosphate of calcium, and so the saliva is trying to compensate and to prevent tooth dissolution, basically. We have also a lot of proteins that participate into the texture of the saliva, and this is because we have multiple glands in our mouths. And why I'm raising this point is that if you look at the composition of salts in the saliva, let's say calcium, magnesium, sodium, and potassium, there is already a pretty high level of calcium in our saliva. And it's well known that in viticulture, and especially in the winery, calcium is kind of an enemy for Chenin and for white wine in general, because too much calcium in the wine can trigger the precipitation of tartaric acid, and so reduce the acidity of the wine. And if you want to preserve this acidity, you want the calcium to be pretty low in the wine. And so what I mean by that is that in your mouth and in the wine, calcium will never go above 90 to 100 milligrams per liter. Otherwise, it starts to crystallize, and you start to see those crystals on the bottom of the bottle. And so this is below the level of calcium that we can detect. So if you have something that looks like mineral calcium-like, it's potentially more magnesium. And again, the same for potassium. Potassium won't reach a big layer, a big concentration in the mouth because of this ability of potassium to trigger tartaric precipitation. And so you have a ceiling effect, basically. You cannot reach a level of potassium and calcium above a certain level. So in the equation of salinity in wine, don't forget saliva. That's the take-home message. Don't forget saliva, because already your saliva is salty. And so any form of saltiness that emerges in your mouth, which will have to overcome this already high level of saline elements in the wine. So take-home message. We potentially have umami in the wine. Umami is driven by some processes during fermentation, aging on lees, and potentially some fermentation happening in different contexts. Umami is something potentially that is a vehicle of some terroir signature, and we still need some work to be done on oenology to discover the mystery of this. And this is where I need the help of people like Eileen to dig into the origin of these molecules. And this is also an element that can showcase some terroir signature, and especially in South Africa. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions at some point. And maybe people have mentioned that we can take questions afterwards. Maybe we can already move to our next speakers, which are two winemakers, Evelyn and Andrea.
As already been introduced, I'm Andrea Molyneux, so I'm the winemaker for Molyneux Wines and owner. You'll quickly hear I'm not from South Africa. I grew up in California, which also has an interesting history with Chenin Blanc. It actually was the #1 grape variety up until 1987 in California. So I find that there's a lot of parallels between Western Australia, California, and South Africa in that there was this almost hidden culture of Chenin Blanc consumption, with people not realizing they were actually drinking Chenin Blanc, because oftentimes it was branded under different names that didn't use the variety until much more recently. But what's exciting about that is that there is an amazing population that already has the attraction towards Chenin Blanc. And that's exactly what attracted me towards South Africa. When I was studying in university, my very first day of university, there was a gentleman there that was from South Africa. It was just a couple years after apartheid ended, and international publications had started featuring South Africa prominently in publications, and this South African student opened up this copy of an international publication, and on there was this amazing photo of these vineyards and the coral pink mountains at sunset that you see. And so not only was I drawn towards Chenin Blanc from South Africa, but I was immediately drawn towards the land as well, and I knew that I wanted it to be my first international internship. So I came to South Africa originally. In 2004, where I quickly fell in love with the land, the wines, the people, and specifically Chenin Blanc and old vine Chenin Blanc. That eventually took me and the person I was going to end up marrying to the Swartland, where we really got to have a more intimate encounter with these ancient soils and how vines grew on them, and how that led to what we were going to experience in the final wine. So obviously, the difference between South African Chenin Blanc and French Chenin Blanc, or California, or New Zealand, or Australia, we have to start with all aspects of terroir, and including the soil, the climate, the vine age, and then looking into the unique viticultural needs of each region. So speaking in general about South Africa, but with definitely a Swartland context, what makes South African viticulture, or how we have to handle viticulture, different? One of the main aspects that we have, that's a huge component of terroir, is the wind that we have, and that's really led to the way Chenin grows in South Africa. The sun, the light intensity. We have such a steep angle of sun in South Africa, where the Swartland is at about 33 degrees south. The Loire is at about 47 degrees north. So the angle of our sunshine, and also then therefore the intensity and purity of our sunshine, is much higher. So we end up with this incredible texture in the Chenins because of that. Chenin really is a chameleon of terroir, and it's those aspects of sun and soil that really make South African Chenin stand out. In South Africa, we also have a very dry growing season, and we are susceptible to warm spells in the middle of winter. So one of the challenges we face is that Chenin's cold climate origin, regardless of whether we're using French clones or South African clones, it makes it very prone to early bud break, potentially even in the middle of winter. So getting enough cold units is a challenge that we face here, but there are ways that we counter that with pruning later and just anticipating it. Chenin in South Africa has thicker skins and is very drought tolerant, but more importantly, drought avoidant. What I mean by that is it is an early ripener. It's an early butter, early flowering, early fruit set, and therefore early harvest. And that is really to our advantage because we're able to harness Chenin in its glory in South Africa, retaining that texture, but still retaining amazing acidity and focusing on the soil on which it was grown when it's being made. Conserving these soils is one of the most important aspects. We are working with the oldest viticultural soils in the world. I'll get into the history and the exact soils we're working with in a moment. But we're working with the oldest viticultural soils in the world, up to more than 500 million years old, which means that these soils predate multicellular life. So very low nutrients in the soils, very decomposed soils, very fragile soils. So paying attention to conserving soil in the same way you would conserve water, things like planting on contours, really paying attention to cover crops, mulching, and not overworking the soil is such an important aspect of working with viticulture on the South African lands. When we're working with vines in South Africa, what the Old Vines Project has really showed us is what has worked in the past and what we can still use today. So the amazing thing with the Old Vines Project, besides for cataloging all of these amazing vineyards, is also giving us the statistics on the vineyards as well. So half of Old Vine Chenin in South Africa has never been irrigated and is bush vine. So that means going forward into the future, it's something that it has worked for a very long time. It is something we can look forward to in the future, but also we must never stop trying to learn. We don't know the complete direction of the climate, and we always have to be incredibly, oh, now I can see you guys. We always have to be incredibly open to constantly researching, using aspects from the past to be able to push forward to the future to continue to make terroir-driven wines. So I'm going to take you back in history a little bit. I mean, South African viticulture is only 370 years old, so that's very young compared to the over 500 million years old that our soils began to form. As I mentioned, it predates multicellular life, and many of the soil types I'm going to concentrate on, there's many, but I'm going to be concentrating on the granite, schist, quartz, and iron soils of South Africa. So we're going to start with the shale and schist soil that is of sedimentary origin. And this was originally deposited on the ocean floor. It was an ancient ocean basin just off the coast of what is now South Africa about 550 million years ago. Then through tectonic shifts, it pushed up and created these massive folds as the continents collided. At that point, on those fault lines, these magma plumes pushed up through the bottom of the schist. And to this day, we still see evidence of these 500 million year old magma plumes that make essentially a straight line down this fault line through South Africa from Agulhas to Cape Columbine. So things like Paarl Rock and the Paardeberg are examples of these magma plumes that pushed up 500 million years ago. the continents then separated again, and in that time, the sandstone deposits, the same sandstone that's on Table Mountain or on the top of Simonsberg, those deposits were deposited after the next continental separation. And then about 250 million years ago, the megacontinent Pangaea came together. And in that time, it took all of those soils or bedrocks that I'm talking about now and pushed them up into a range that was higher than the Himalayas. And when Pangaea broke apart again, and now where the continents are in their current resting places, South Africa has been, or Africa, specifically South Africa, has been very seismically quiet. So what that has allowed is this giant mountain range that was as high as the Himalayas has been eroding away over the last 250 million years. So the valleys and the mountains and the magma plumes you see today, the magma plumes having, cooled and crystallized into the granite outcrops, the ones that we see today were essentially the inside of this giant mountain from 250 million years ago. So that takes us to the 4 current soils I'm going to talk to you about today and how the vines grow on them. I'll leave these up here so people in between the sessions can feel and look at them should they desire. So the granitic soils of, this is specifically the Swartland, but as I mentioned, it's from the same fault line that runs pretty much all the way through the Western Cape. The granite soils are a very decomposed granite. If you drop this on the ground, it'll shatter into a million pieces. The individual rocks do not use this granite for countertops, but it is fantastic for vineyards. What this does is it allows these very deep soils that go meters down, allows the root structure of the vine to go incredibly deep down, reaching their own water source. Vines always want to reflect above the ground what's happening below the ground, so incredibly deep root structures that can reach their own water source help to create a bigger, fuller canopy. So when the grapes are ripening, they're ripening in the shade of their own leaves. It means that it's a little bit cooler in that zone. The vine grows much more evenly and slowly because of that. The grapes ripen more evenly and slowly as well, and therefore it retains more natural acidity, more purity in the juice that we're getting off of the granite soils. Now, when the question came up about the salinity that's coming off of the granite soils, a big part of that is the granite soils, because they are so deep and well drained, even when all of the soils are being treated the same with compost and with mulch, the granite soils naturally will leach away the fastest the nutrients in the soil. So it means that there's a little bit less nutrients in the juice, in the grapes. It means the fermentations are longer and slower. You naturally tend to get those more mineral characteristics when you are when the wine is being made, and you're not adding things to it to help the fermentation. It's always going to be a longer, slower fermentation because of that natural reduction in nutrients because of the soil structure. So then we have the schist soils. So the granite outcrops tend to be surrounded by iron soils, and on the other side of the iron soils, we get the schist soils. The schist, I'm just going to take some out for this. Unlike the sandy granite soils, the schist is much more tile-like. And these are very small examples. We have very shallow topsoil and then very heavy rocky bedrock of schist. And so it develops more like a tile. And the same way you would use a slate tile on your roof, when the rain comes, it sloughs right off. On the schist soils, the exact same things happen. So it means that the roots can never get as deep. It means the vine stays smaller, the canopy stays smaller, but vines in their self-regulating way will keep then the leaves smaller, the cluster smaller, the berries smaller. So there's more natural exposure to sunlight within the canopy. With Chenin, it naturally develops a slightly thicker skin in these conditions, and it gets these amazing freckles on it. It becomes a much deeper color when Chenin Blanc grows on these soils. The quartz soils. So the quartz naturally is formed in veins in amongst the schist. As the schist erodes, it erodes much faster because it's very friable. Friable meaning that it can break apart relatively easily. The quartz soils are much harder. So quartz is silica, and when you strike two pieces of quartz together in the dark, you get a spark. You can light a fire with quartz or silex. The quartz that we have is, because it erodes at a different rate to the schist, which erodes much faster, it ends up on the bottom of the schist soils on top of the soil. So what we end up with is a schist bedrock with the quartz littered across the top. And when I brought up that spark of sunshine, or the spark of fire, you get the same aspect with the sunshine. It reflects light back up into the canopy, so we're getting light from the top of the canopy and light from the bottom, reflecting off of the quartz soils. So naturally, it pushes the flavor of the grapes more into that capture of sunshine, more white spices, more of the ginger and even a cinnamon characteristic that you can get on the quartz soils. When I talk about these soils, by no means am I talking...
Yeah. Can you try to go to the conclusion, just to be sure that Evelyn can talk right after you?
Sure. One more soil.
Excellent.
So for the iron soils, the last soil I'll speak about, the iron soils I mentioned lie between the granite soils and the schist soils. And the iron soils are oftentimes on top of a bedrock of schist, but it's this thick, red, rich, clay-rich soil that is one of the most decomposed soils in the world, meaning that no more amount of time and pressure, it will not evolve into another soil type. With the clay element in the soil, you end up with, in the spring, the soil wants to give a lot of moisture back to the vine, but then usually around a veraison time, when the rains have stopped, the soil starts to compete with the vine. So because of the spring moisture, you get a big canopy, but because of the restriction of moisture on the vine in the ripening period, you end up with much smaller berries and a natural, amazing texture to the wine that really plays out in extract. So you end up with a very, very low juice ratio per grape. So that is my interpretation of how the soils affect the vines, and obviously I am in love with South African Chenin Blanc and all of the terroir aspects that make it as amazing as it is. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea. Let's switch to Evelyn now. Let's switch to Evelyn, but stay maybe in the schist environment.
Yes, absolutely. I was saying to Andrea, she should leave these, the schist and the quartz. That's exactly what we have in Savonière. Voilà. So I'm going to talk about Savonière because this is what I know best. So Savonière is in Anjou, as you know, and it's in an area called les coteaux de la Maine et de la Loire, which historically is a sweet wine area, like le coteau du Léon, coteau de l'Aubance, and so on. These sweet wines were encouraged, as you have learned previously, by the Dutch traders who came up and really enjoyed these very specific wines that they couldn't find anywhere else, almost. So it was a beautiful expression of this part of the Loire, flowing between hills of schist. However, that was not always the case, and in many years the climate was too cold and nobody could produce sweet wines, so the market, it was very difficult for them to live and to survive. So already in Savonière in the 19th century, with these new investors that I mentioned coming from Paris, from the finance world, the things changed in Savonière, and these people already thought that dry wines were really very good also in Savonière, and they were very proud of them, even sometimes sparkling wines. Now, so that's a long tradition already, over a century of dry wines in Savonière. Not only we were still doing sweet, but many wines were dry, or demi-sec. Now, they were, sorry? I thought somebody was saying something. There was a very interesting study of the terroir when I arrived in 2001, made by the INRA and Christian Asselin mainly and his team. And I think that was a very important move in our way to look at making the wines. So at that point, the Chenin was still harvested relatively late with botrytis. There was no élevage on the lees, no élevage, no barrels, because most of the cellars in Savonière are buildings, and they were not temperature controlled. So it was not possible to keep the wines for a long time. It had to be bottled in May or June. Because of the botrytis, and not only 4%, but probably more, we had to put a lot of sulfur, and it made the wines very hard. And this has really changed drastically. In the last 10 years, I would say, under the influence of some œnologists who had been in Burgundy mainly, and with the work of a small group, we started harvesting much earlier with no botrytis, and we changed completely the wine profile. Also, most of the cellars now are temperature controlled. People use no sulfur. They oxidize the must under the press, and most of these wines are now barrel fermented, even sometimes amphores or other containers. There is long élevage now for a year, at least a year, on the lees, and we've learned from Gabriel that this is changing the composition of the wine. Indigenous yeast, mostly, and now we are more interested than we were before in the terroirs. So I would say my wines are relatively representative of the main two terroirs in Savonière. So on the top, this is a plateau of schist, and on the top you have some sand. So we call it schisto-gréseux. And this is a lot of winemakers have this type of terroir. It makes wines that are sort of luscious, quite voluptuous. And this is, as far as I'm concerned, the wine called Les Caillardières that you can taste later. And the other very typical of Savonière is quartz on top of the schist, exactly the way you very well described it. Thank you. And I would say that I noticed in the last 8 to 9 years that salinity was developing. So I don't know whether it's a result of the élevage or the result of the way we farm, which is more natural, maybe expresses better the terroir, or both. But there is more and more salinity in the wines. And I would also add to that one of the characteristics of Savonière are, as one of our very good winemakers, Eric Morgat, says, les grands amers, the big bitterness.
And I think bitterness has disappeared from the food mainly. And so it's very interesting that some of the chefs really like to have a 7-year wine because it brings this bitterness that is missing in the food. So it makes a more complete aspect of the taste. Voilà. So that's, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Evelyne. Thank you very much. It's a great way to finish the session from the wine producers back to the table and with a little shortcut to history. Thank you everyone for attending to the conference. I know we are running a bit late, so I'm not sure we'll have time to take questions unless we have the official authorization from the organizers, but we are already 5 minutes late. It's something we can do or not, or should we?
Yes, well, I'm going to not be the official organization, but maybe just if there's someone really desperate, because we have run out of time. Thank you for your respect, Doctor, in terms of timing. But we have run out of time. Maybe we can just exchange casually, but if there's someone desperate that desperately wants to ask a question, of course, I'm going to allow one or two.
One burning question, only one.
Okay, I see someone.
I'm sorry, I will be brief. Gabrielle, I want to know umami. Is it at all detectable in smell? Like you can smell sweetness or saltiness? Is it detectable in smell?
To answer with short, no, umami is made of elements that are not volatile, so it's only in the taste level, on your tongue. You can close your nose and you won't smell anything, but you will taste umami. So it's really taste and gustation.
Happiness or one more? Happiness. Okay, little break. We are resuming in about 10 to 15 minutes. The jingle will go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, everyone. Thank you for your attention and for the speakers and for the technical staff that have done an incredible job. Thank you all.
So after this morning's taste and view on, or the view of neuroscience on taste and the taste of Chenin, we're going to proceed with the second session, which is now putting that into practice, marketing, wine tourism and branding. And no one better than Mr. Jonathan Steyn to talk to us about the place status, but especially the pricing of Chenin Blanc. Merci beaucoup.
Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say, everybody. It's a real privilege to be here today. I'm Jonathan Steyn. I'm based mainly at the Graduate School of Business at the University of Cape Town, and I'm a management, organizational and marketing scholar. I say scholar and not scientist, because sometimes when you put marketing and science in the same sentence, people react in odd ways. So I'm going to be taking you through a very important topic, not only for Chenin Blanc, but for the South African country brand. I really enjoy this conference. I was in Angers, and it's amazing for me that producers across the world and people from a vast array of disciplines can hold hands for a common purpose. So I think everybody needs to be congratulated on this amazing congress. So for the past 5 years, I've been working very closely with the Old Vine Project. We've published one paper, we've got two forthcoming, one a neuromarketing study and the other a study looking at how resonance connects to purchase for Old Vine wines. But I want to focus a little bit around two themes today. The first is the question surrounding value and economic sustainability. So I spoke to Eben Sali a few years ago, and he said some things to me which were very wise. He said, economic sustainability is about getting the right price for your wine. So while we want to sell a lot of Chenin Blanc, we need to sell Chenin Blanc at the right price. And then how do we look at that in terms of a way of understanding what the future strategy could look like? And then the whole question around revealer of place. Now this is really about identity, as Lillian said. And I think that is something we need to work on, because as Lillian said, perhaps there's some confusion in the market. And certainly our research will speak to that a little bit. And it's really also about the question of differentiation. Differentiation meaning, how are you going to be different in a different way? Not different in the same way. So I'd like to address those two themes and put it in the context of a buzzword that's come about recently. Everybody's talking about, a bit like regenerative farming, viticulture, this idea of premiumization. And I'll explain to you what we mean by that. It's also known in some parts as valorizing. And why? Well, 40% nowadays, more than 40% of the world's hectareage is devoted to 13 premium grape varieties that tend to command the highest prices and occupy the best rating positions in a global sense. And these varieties have become globalized. Chenin Blanc is not one of them. And so there's much work to be done, not only to expand the reach of Chenin Blanc, but to also improve the overall price points. So let's look a little bit quickly at what premiumization means. When we talk about premiumizing or premiumization, we talk about the process of improving the attractiveness of a category. And a category is simply a basket or a bucket of products that share similar attributes. So in this case, it would be Chenin Blanc as a variety. by emphasizing superior quality and exclusivity. And it also means to elevate a category's status, value, and relevance. And we'll unpack those in a little bit more detail just now. But it's also getting consumers or buyers to trade up within a category or a market. So whereas they used to buy Chenin Blanc for 80 Rand in a certain category, they would now increase their purchase by 10%, for example. So when you look at wine price, this is a hedonic equation which says that wine price is a function, firstly, of quality, and quality being a moment in time for a competition, for example, reputation, which is a completely different idea, but also related to quality, which is really about track record of quality over time. And then third, objective characteristics. So these are belonging to a certain category that is well defined and recognized. And so these things together determine the wine price. And it's a hedonic pricing function, which really came from the housing market, where, you know, if you have a three-bedroom house in a good area, it will command a different price to a two-bedroom house in a not so upmarket area. So these different attributes that are communicated via estate agents, etc., they make up the overall price. So just briefly, we are now unpacking the difference between these different concepts to understand what's driving premiumization. The first is status. And status is a signal of quality, but it's very difficult to influence because it becomes fixed. It's based on social standing. Markets are social orders, and the economic world is embedded in these social orders. And so it becomes a way to socially classify wines, for example, or categories of wine. And it's shaped by social hierarchies and powerful networks. These can be between buyers or on the international global market. And it either generates privilege or stigma. And it's very difficult to change this. Reputation is slightly easier to influence. It's really about track record of quality over time. And it generates earned rewards, whereas status sometimes is not necessarily earned. And stigma is sometimes not necessarily earned. And image is a bit different. Image is what you do from now on. And it's really something, a perception that's embedded in the mind of the consumer. And it's achieved through category association. And together with the awareness of the category, which this Congress is a lot about, it shapes category knowledge. So it's a very different concept, but they're all embroiled in this idea of premiumization, right? And really what's happening is that the closer you move to a more differentiated position in a market, the higher price you're able to justify. So where you move from a commodity where your price is at the mercy of the market, so such as bulk wine, you move to an experience where you transform people through the interaction with your wine. And visiting Mrs. Kirsten yesterday, I think, was a prime example of that transformative experience. It takes you to another time and place and has a lasting effect on you. And wine can do that, and Chenin Blanc can do that. So, interesting example from our study, and this is really from the grappa category. In the 70s, grappa occupied a very low status. It was undifferentiated. It was a byproduct of wine. People saw it as a low-quality drink. Come in the 80s, and Nonino emerged in the area where grappa originated, and they wanted to go through a process of radical status change. They couldn't command the same prices as cognac, How could they achieve that? Many people tried and failed in the past. So what they did was they looked at ways in which to differentiate themselves and to also connect them to higher status categories like cognac, for example. So they put their grappa in Murano glass, which is from Venice, very close to where they are. Their imagery was of a beautiful, very good-looking family, and they started to put the variety on the labels. Game changer. Within the matter of a decade, they were occupying all the media space. And everybody in the grappa category started to follow them. And they really changed the whole thing by creating an illusion to higher value products and make it look like it was luxury. So really three things underpin premiumizing. Status, which is about social standing, which is hierarchies and networks. Relevance, which is very closely related to resonance, which is all about meaningfulness. So is it attractive? Is the category really defined? Is it appealing? And then what is the category associated with? And then value, which is about what are the benefits of buying it. And these are not necessarily economic benefits. These are non-economic benefits. Feeling a sense of authenticity is a non-economic benefit. Connecting to a product, and Virginia Postel called it, I like that, I am like that. A sense of self-expression is a non-economic benefit. And when we get into high differentiated products, we start to look more at the non-economic or the hedonic benefits. So we did a study in 2019. We published a paper in 2019, even before the Certified Heritage Vineyard Seal came out. And it blew us away, the results blew us away, and it confirmed what we had always suspected. As Rosa said, they always knew they were sexy. I think this study started to prove that old vine Chenin, for example, is sexy, or old vineyards are sexy. So we started off with 159 that has wines that had some reference to old vines in the front label, back label, or marketing material. We've done 4 further data collections, and within 3 years that number's grown 10 times. So there's a lot of more people using the reference to old vines. And this, in South African terms, an average price point of 310 Rand is extremely good. And so when I show wine producers this, as well as this summary of our research, their eyes kind of glaze over, and I can see them making calculations in their head. And so basically, we priced all the individual cues on these bottles of wine. And we found that for every year a vine was in the ground, it added 2.96 Rand to a bottle of wine. So at 35 years old, this is about 102 Rand. We're now looking at seeing international examples and whether this is going to hold true on the international market. At that stage, the seal was not available, so we don't know that yet, but we've tested it on consumers, and there seems to be some interesting things happening there. But I think one of the most interesting observations we made was that when old vines was mentioned on the front label, it had a discounting effect on the wine. But yet, when it was mentioned and woven into the story on the back label, it added premium to the wine. And we didn't really understand this. What we think is that maybe at that stage, because it was a claim made, and people maybe didn't trust the claim at that stage because there was no standards around. When it was woven into the story, people could get a grasp of what old vines meant. There was an explanation, there was a narrative around it. And this is very much about stories. And I think that's a very important part that differentiation gives you that ability to craft narratives around your brands. So we then went on to collect some mainstream media data. So basically we collected a whole lot of articles in 2 phases, and then we qualitatively analyzed them and themed them accordingly. And what we found that once again confirmed that old vines had a very high status. And this was driven mainly around the idea of premium, legacy, being veneration and pride, and then this idea that it was unlocking value. So this is purely from a gatekeeper point of view. We're now going on to look at it from a consumer point of view. But what we found initially in 2018 was that Chenin Blanc occupied quite a low status. And what Michael mentioned now rings true of what the perception was a little while ago. But it's gone through quite a radical change lately. And as we've collected more data, we found that there was this new construct called elevating. And we believe that that's come through the association between Chenin Blanc and old vineyards. So through that positive association between a high status category and a traditionally low status category, it's now elevated it going forward. And central to this is the idea of provenance. And provenance being a connection to time, place, and people. So Michael mentioned the word renaissance, and it's absolutely on point with what we feel is going to go on in future, because our study in 2017 found no significant premium attached to Chenin, and that is probably because it's not clear from the quality signals where South African Chenin sits. But this, I believe, is beginning to change. So one of the things South African producers faced with, and anybody in emerging markets, is this idea of provenance paradox. So if I ask some of you, well, where's the best chocolate from? Some people will say Switzerland or Belgium I've had. And no one says Venezuela. Cocoa beans are from there, and some of the best chocolate is there. But producers in emerging markets are often, status is often devalued and lowered. And that's a struggle with Africa to produce, for example, luxury goods, because all luxury goods seem to come from the north. And so this is part of one of the challenges that we face, is that we come from Africa and we are in emerging markets, and how does that contribute to how people perceive us in terms of status? It's a discussion point, and I'll hopefully have about 5 minutes to just take some questions. But central to this also is this idea of authenticity. And authenticity being considered credibly real, true, and genuine. So recent studies shown that there's 3 sort of components to what authenticity is. The first is sincerity, which is walking the talk. So yesterday we talked about regenerative viticulture. People claiming they were making, they were engaging in regenerative farming practices. But when you go and observe it on the farm, is that what they're actually doing? So you need to be able to walk the talk. If you're claiming old vines, you must have old vines. And that's the importance of the seal, because it's a guarantee. And then identity, it's about, are you typical to the category that you're claiming? If you're claiming to be part of old vines, are you kind of being typical of that old vine? That said, there's always this tension between sameness and differentness. And so one needs to be the same as your people in your category, but you also need to have differentiation. So it doesn't mean everybody needs to do the same thing. And then I think crucial for what we're talking about at this conference is this idea of provenance, right? Which is an unbroken chain of associations to a category and connection to, as I said, people. So if you look at the way the Old Vine Project has shaped their narrative, looking at growers like Barcy, Van Lille, and also Chenin Blanc starting, showing thought leaders, Rosa, Ken, Evelyn, etc., are very important in shaping the conversation. So people are crucial in this idea of provenance. So, and then time, which Old Vines gives you, it gives you a timestamp. It tells you what year that vineyard was planted. And so Wessel mentioned place and time yesterday, and it got me excited because this is exactly what we're seeing here. And so I think just some basic take-homes, and hopefully I'll have like 2 to 3 minutes for any question if you want to. The growing association between South African Old Vineyard and Chenin Blanc categories creates the meaning by which connection to place, time, and people is brought to life. Secondly, it generates relevance, status, value, and above all, authenticity. And therefore, Old Vineyard associations imbue the Chenin Blanc category, especially in South Africa, with provenance. And so I think the take-home, other take-home is like, just to expand the theme here, is South African Old Vineyard Chenin Blanc, revealer of place, time, and people. And I'd like to thank WineTech and Old Vine Project and everybody else who supported our research over the years. So thank you, and I'd like to take a couple of questions.
Absolutely. Question. We have a few minutes.
Thank you, Jonathan. Your research has shown that you can create value with something like the Old Vine seal, and I know it's especially so for Chenin. Do you think that can be extrapolated to other varieties as well?
Without a doubt. What we did see compared to Chenin is that actually Pinotage showed an incredible premium, and it's continued to add premium to a bottle of wine. We're not saying that Chenin doesn't, but we don't have the statistical significance to unequivocally show that it does. But with Pinotage, it's definite. I think it adds, the composite data shows about 150 Rand to a bottle of Old Vine white. So it occupies quite a high status. We're seeing some interesting things happening with Cinsault. Things like white blends, interestingly, have a massively discounting effect. So I don't know how they're going to raise that category up in the future. Hope that answers your question. Anybody?
Yeah, I have a little concern as a producer, an Old Vine producer and a supporter of it, Jonathan. I remember, I think Brevet, he's not here today, but he stood up when he received a Platter 5-star award, and he said, "This is not from an Old Vine vineyard." And I think that we mustn't pigeonhole ourselves too much into thinking that just Old Vines make great Chenin. And what I'm a bit concerned of as a producer is the way that the numbers show the amount of Chenins coming out and the authenticity that needs to be preserved behind them can easily be eroded by the kind of need to sell wine. And that producers jump on the bandwagon and forget quality at the same time. So that's my only comeback.
No, great comment. And I think, it's about this walking the talk, and I think there needs to be quality associated with it, But there are other ways in which you can differentiate yourself. We're not saying that it's the be-all and end-all of everything. So, for example, Brevet shown like high-density plantings might be a differentiator for him. So as I said, it's not the only thing that you can hang your hat on, but it is certainly a good option. And there is a danger that low-quality producers wanting to hold onto old vines can dilute the category. The same thing happened with the biodynamic producers in Alsace, and they actually use the whole strategy in which to clearly define the category more and also prevent low-cost producers from appropriating certain Alsace associations. So it is a very relevant and important question to ask.
Oui.
Attendez, Thank you very much for your talk. It's not a question, it's perhaps information, and you're trying to premiumize the place. And in the Loire, we're also working on this aspect because we realize that we have a magical cultivar which allows us to speak of the place, but that the expression of place means a lot of investment and work. If you want to continue that, you have to bring it, you have to valorize it. So the segmentation and premiumization can only happen through communication, and so that you have some return on your efforts. We working on creating a group, especially in the Anjou appellation. I'm co-president with Vincent, who spoke yesterday, and Philippe Reza is also present. It's a vital question because you can't carry on with your effort and saying expression of place so thank you very much for what you've told us.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I appreciate it. And yes, I think you're facing the same challenge. And I just, like tasting the wines from Vouvray next to Anjou, they are just amazing and so distinct from each other. And there's a real story there that can really add value. And as you say, valorize what you're trying to do. Because otherwise, all your effort is in vain. And we need to get a return on that. So thank you. Is there another? Do we have time for another question, or anyone else want to ask a question? There. Vestal.
Thank you for the presentation. Interesting. I would just like to know your research. Was that only done in South African market, or did you look at overseas? Did you include people from overseas as well?
We kind of took the approach that if there's no results to look at, then maybe we don't need to go further into this question. But I certainly think that we want to expand it, especially the price importance, and see whether in other areas where they don't have standards, like South Africa has with the Certified Heritage Vineyard seal, that they're claiming it on the label, how that impacts, especially in the old world, because they've got so many references and categories. Do they need old vines? Maybe we need old vines more in the new world. so it would be quite interesting to go and do a comparative study, and it's certainly something that's on the cards. With the Chenin Blanc sentiment data, it was international, so it was focused. We took quotes from the US, from Australia, from everywhere. Obviously, the other thing is that we're only capturing the Anglophone audience. So do we need to understand the media in other languages, like French, to take that data into account as well? So there's certainly much work to be done.
Merci beaucoup, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
Donc, Monsieur Philippe Porcher.
Mr. Philippe Porcher, here you are.
Et je pense que là, il y a une jolie transition de la communication.
I think it's a nice transition because we're having something very interesting we're going to hear about, the fan of Fond de Chenin, the Chenin fan, in fact.
I'm so poor in English, so I continue in French. Excuse me, okay? I try for the translation.
So what a trip we're doing, how wonderfully we've been received here. Sincerely, I'd like to thank everyone, Ken Forrester, of course, Ina, Nolene, and who've been responsible for managing this three-day function. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a winemaker on the quarter of Anjou Blanc, Parnay, near Saumur. It's another expression of Chenin. It's another trip. We're at the end of the Paris Basin, so in fact, it's difficult to translate to four in English, but what it is really is the matter. It's the chalk which was used to make the very beautiful chateaus. So here of the Loire, here we're talking about something new, and the subject of Fond de Chenin is that well. It was. It's from Martin Luther King's quote of "I have a dream." All in all the restaurants, in everybody who consumes wines. Instead of hearing, "Could I have Chardonnay, please? Sauvignon, please?" We should hear today, tomorrow, more and more. We should hear. Please, may I have a Chenin? So, with my colleagues from the Loire and Anjou, we created, especially with colleagues who have the 15 AOCs in Anjou and Saumur, we got to know each other by working together. We were brought forward several ideas, and in 2016 we created this collective. Excuse my English on the board. So then we tried to implement this work into actions so that we could introduce ourselves in various salons. We started with the Salon of the Vin de Loire in the west of France, and also with what we call the interprofessions. We invited foreign journalists. And we also we used our work for those events, and then we continued getting together and exchanging ideas and debating. And in 2018, we asked we had a consultant who joined us to start working out a strategy for us. And then in 2019, we launched this hashtag Fan de Chenin, fan of Chenin, with, I'd say, the first collaborations. And so we went beyond our Anjou-Saumur appellations. We thought it would be better to enlarge to the whole of the Loire, which is the historical cradle of Chenin, and to enlarge, to expand our collective to other appellations, especially with the Touraine AOCs. Then in 2019, we started giving some structure to our organization. We wanted to set up, some sort of rules, So it was really like yours, which is also private. Actually, we are a federation. We have people who work there permanently, who've been voted in. So it's always difficult to enlarge, but we did set up a decision-making committee and then an enlarged committee, as we said. So we had our colleagues as reference, the Fin de Chenin for this it's a lovely project. It's a lovely adventure, and I should very like to thank you for having elected me to take this project forward. And I'd like to thank the teams. We never thank enough because it's teamwork. We've got a framework of people who work there permanently. Sylvain Nicole, our director, Sophie Vauclair, and others who work with me on a daily basis. I'd like to just commend them. And then, so what is this Fin de Chenin? We're going to have our first promotion in South Africa, if you agree. Are you enthusiastic? Well, Fin de Chenin is to promote the Chenin wines in the world of the white grape varieties. We've talked a lot about this over these 3 days in a very interesting and very instructive way, informative way. So we should be able to serve from it goes to a fresh and dry taste. Well, that's more, at least in France, not everywhere else. I don't want to reply about other ones, but our approach is mostly about that. And to talk about this cultivar, this is quite a new approach in France because we have a historical culture. We always talk about the origin of the wine and not the variety. So we are stronger. We're strong on this, but you rather have an exchange with. We talk about the schist of Anjou and then the limes of Anjou. But now you see this. Yes, this really this grape variety is really reveals the place and the terroir. Now, just a little diagram to show you a bit more about the various points of Fin de Chenin. We'd like to be known and recognized as a French Chenin, where we have the historical cradle. So it's. I find this human dimension is very important, the men and women involved. And we want to render our Chenins more visible. We want to develop them through their referencing, through their sales, and of course, through valorizing them. And so at all those levels, we target the professionals, the retailers, the wine merchants, the sommelier, the restaurants, the wine bars, and of course all the wine lovers. So that's quite a wide variety. And then as far as action is, we want to develop the community, the AOC community in the Loire Valley, and then also the protected geographical indications, the PGIs. And as far as the action plan is concerned, well, we have to talk about budget. So we have a collective budget, and we are also working very much on the digital And as far as our, we would like to have throughout the cities and the radio, we'd like to make ourselves known. And then we'd also like to connect with the locals in this. So we started from zero in 2019, and we'd like to have to enlarge our fan club so that both wine lovers and professionals should join in with this fin de Chenin community, and so that we should have the Chenin fan zones. And you know, so people say, well, I'm going there because I'm going to find Chenin there. I know I'm going to find Chenin there. So I said we started at nil, and now we've got over 1,000 Chenin fan zones. Of course, we can do better still, but at least we have that. So there are wine merchants, there are restaurants, there are shops, and of course the wine estates which are involved. Our territory, if I have a look at Google, France is less than half the size of South Africa. So we are lucky to have enough to have found some fan zones in elsewhere, outside France, in Europe, with our English friends, our Dutch friends, Italian friends. And so we're not, you know, limiting ourselves to the French territory. And we'd like to enlarge, to expand this fin de Chenin. And now some figures. On the social networks, we have 19,000 followers. And on Instagram, we've got about 4,250 followers. Every day we see more. And then we've got hashtag fin de Chenin. I thank South Africa for using that, because that really was what it moved us to see that you adopted that as well. And there are more than 10,000 users of the hashtag since its creation. It was spontaneously adopted by many influencers, and that's something quite interesting. The community is dynamic and it's growing. Then we carried out activities for professionals. For example, we've done some trade fairs, and the first salon we did before COVID. We thank you very much for coming to join us, Johan, and coming to taste at the wine at Wine Paris. And we can do that again with great pleasure in a limited space, yes, but you know, we still very, very new. And we are in a little stand of 40 square meters, but our objective is to develop the referencing at all our retailers of Chenin. As Monsieur de la Palisse in French would say, if you haven't got any Chenin, they're obviously not going to sell any. So we also used what's going on? We used your ideas. You know, we always copy good ideas. So in France, you know, we haven't got oil, but we've got ideas. So you created the Chenin Fan Day. So we did Chenin Fan Week, which is an event in June. And many wine merchants and many wine estates, restaurants were involved. And then we show all these various forms of Chenin, which we like so much. We also You see on this photo, that is above the theatre of Saumur, which has a beautiful 360-degree view. And there we did some manifestations, some events, so that to give publicity to the Chenin appellation. We said 10 years ago in Saumur, if I'd said that 10 years ago that we'd have the Saumur appellation, they would have said I was crazy. But here we are. We had this last summer. We had Fouvray, we had Chinon, we had Bonzo, Savenière, and of course Saumur. And of course, we had the bubbly, we had our friends who produce and we are, of course, going to organize throughout France the same type of event at Chinon, Tours, Vouvray, of course, why not? So, some figures on our community of wine merchants, who are important. Because the wine merchants are professional sellers. In France, they're very competent. They know how to advise the clients. And on average, there are retailers selling about 18 different Chenin Blanc wines. 80% of clients are looking for pure wines, festive wines. This information we found out when we did we did a survey, and a very complete one. So we got that figure. 95% sell dry wines. 90% of them sell sweet and sparkling wines. We didn't ask specifically about the older wines, but we will add that specifically next time. What's important here is to note that 98% of customers of these wine merchants are looking for dry wines. And 68% of the wine merchants think that Chenin is an alternative to the other white grape varieties. In other words, Chardonnay, Sauvignon, and so forth. So, that's quite a big pace, a step ahead to market our wines. Now, what about tomorrow? We've got many ideas. We often meet. We offer for discussions, for tastings. We hope to develop the brand on the export market. So, in other words, we would have this slogan Fin de Chenin for exporting as well. We'd like to develop or see also the community. We'd like to increase that, expand it. We'd also like to set up a strong content, impactful content, dedicated to producers and the AOCs. The big advantage is that today we no longer have to have AOCs which are all at the same time. We can also have activities around the appellations, which will be complementary. For example, think of the liqueurs and so on. We can also have consumers who are more knowledgeable, they weren't necessarily all together. But these things can be done, for example, in a certain evening event in Paris, etc. You bring them out, and so the appellations don't necessarily have to be together to showcase their products. We also like to have to increase our public events and increase and continue improving. And then in conclusion, and this is something which I personally am very attached to, is to increase in France this community, this family, which links us through this wonderful cultivar. But why not think of a partnership with South Africa, with your country, with you? And then I heard said that, well, of course, why not with Australia thereafter? The more operations and events that we hold, which bring together all the Chenin producing countries, the further we can go, and the more we can continue to develop our green effectively. Thank you very much for your attention.
Si vous avez des questions.
Merci.
If you have questions, no, we'll move ahead. And yes, please. Would you like a sticker? Yes, please. Fan zone. A fan zone. Voilà. Well done.
Out, which is then so natural that we call on Ina Smith, who's not only the driving force behind our fan zone of Chenin. She is the manager of the Chenin Blanc Association in South Africa, and she's going to tell us, also the organizer of this Congress, and instrumental in bringing the Congress from France to South Africa. She's not ready for the fan zone.
Thank you. That is absolutely perfect. Thank you so much, and morning, everybody. Usually I'm behind the scenes, so but this was a special request by Eveline de Pontbriand to talk more about the Chenin Blanc Association, our activities and our campaigns. So this is especially for you, Eveline, today. So I'll do a short journey talking about our journey from 2000 when the Chenin Blanc Association started. But I just want to go back some way to when Jan van Riebeeck came to South Africa, and the first wine that was made on 2 February 1659. I truly believe, Ken, that also the history of wine in South Africa is the history of Chenin Blanc in South Africa. Irina, you did a wonderful presentation at the first conference in 2019 about the history, so I won't go into that, except for mentioning that Chenin was known as Steen for many years, and it was only in 1963 that Professor Chris Orfer of the Stellenbosch University matched Chenin and Steen. The Chenin Blanc Association, we had a lot of information about Femme de Chenin. The association was started in 2000. And leading it up to that, I just want to mention that, is Michael Frijon here? Yeah, Michael, yeah. A pioneer for Chenin in South Africa the past 3 decades. So I'm so glad that you're here today at the second Viet conference. And Irina, I know that the first official meeting of the Chenin Blanc Association, it was either October or November 1999. You were the chair of that, so it's wonderful to have you here also today. And Ken, you were also here from the start. And Jeff, is Jeff in the... Yeah, Jeff, you were at that first meeting. I don't know if you remember that, but I have your notes and I'll share that after with you. But so glad that you're here. We've got 144 members, And today we've got a working committee of about 24 members, and I think we were about 14 or 16 members here today. So that is absolutely wonderful. Moving on in our journey, I'm just mentioning the highlights here today, and I think which is very important is our annual Chenin Challenge with our partner at Standard Bank. So we started in 2014, and it's the one big thing about this competition is one of the rules are that the prize money, which is 25,000 Rand a month, sorry, not we don't have that much money, 25 per winner, and we've got 10 winners. The prize money are used for social upliftment projects, and it's wonderful to see creches, after-school facilities, IT rooms that are built for the workers, which are very important. Jamie, I think, is not here as yet. I just wanted to mention that we usually have an international judge, and for 3 years he was brought to South Africa to judge in this very special competition. Actually, Helene Nieuwoud should have been next to me here on the stage, but I'm just going ahead, going back a bit to 2010. When Helene joined, joined up with us, WineTech and the University of Stellenbosch, and we began a journey of research which started with sensory and chemical profiling, old wine, Chenin research, and then continued to consumer research. So Helene, thank you so much for your partnership from 2010. It was wonderful to work with you. Helene is now sort of semi-retired, but we still work together, and she's done a lot of work for us this year too. And one of the results is the Chenin Blanc aroma wheel, which is something that we use daily. And if you visit the Chenins of the World Tasting in the Manor House, there's printouts of that. So you are, please take one. You're welcome to do that. Philip mentioned the drink Chenin, yes. This is something we started with in 2016. Actually taking it from the US, where it originally started in 2014. And this is a big thing. It's usually the second or the third weekend of every year. It's a huge campaign, and we put a lot of work into that. And yes, in some years, I made a note here that we had 1.3 million unique users. So 1.3 million people that visited our website. So this is something big and which we work, and it's actually in that campaign, Philip, that we use Foundation with all our hashtags. But it's colorful and it's beautiful, and we look forward to this campaign every year. Something that, as if we didn't have enough work, we worked on the aroma wheel, the translation of that into 3 languages. But that is the next presentation of Dr. Helene Nieuwoud and Dr. Jean Brandt, which they'll give more information to you. Now that photos was taken during those special workshops. And I just want to mention that this project that I just mentioned is the project manager was Nolene Nell, also the project manager of the conference. Nolene? Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it was wonderful working with you on a number of campaigns this year. A colleague of mine, Christina Harvard, worked on this campaign. Consumers, when they open a bottle of Chenin or want to buy a bottle of Chenin, don't always know what style it is. Is it the style they love? So we worked on a style indicator which is on the back label of the bottles. So it shows the three main styles of Chenin Blanc: fresh, the more fruity, and the rich style of Chenin. This was through research, and Dr. Linivoet also helped us with that. And either it can be on the back label, but the back labels on South Africa don't have a lot of space. So if you don't want to put it on the back label, here is Kaapzicht with a sticker on the bottle. So it can be used both ways, but I'm just going back. What's interesting, there's a barcode that can be scanned. So in this case, if it's a fresh style of Chenin, it goes through to the fresh style on the aroma wheel, which is actually very, for the consumer, it's absolutely wonderful. And the drink Chenin again. So Dani, thank you so much for being the first Chenin producer putting this style indicator on the bottle. And now we come to the second Chenin conference. On the first conference in 2019, we were 45 producers and researchers that went over to Angers, and I think we did a great job because they asked us to host the second edition. And it should have taken place in 2021. So Nolene joined us on this journey in early 2020, but then COVID happened. But even it was COVID, we worked on the back office, putting up a database, the daily Googles that came through, and I think we set up a database about 400 or more producers and influence from around the world. So this is something that we can give forward to the next conference. We work very hard on that, so we'll have to make maybe a trip to the France to hand it over with Nolene at some stage. But it was not easy, but I think it's wonderful. And we worked very hard the past 2 years on this journey to bring you the second Chenin conference. So maybe some news about the next conference a bit later. Social media, yes, we worked very hard on that. And I mentioned the drink Chenin stats a bit earlier. Yes, and what is happening now? I just think we're on this wonderful journey. So I'm just going to go back to, on the slide. So 2000, the association, we now in 2022, we don't know what's going to happen or what's happening, but I'm very, very sort of excited what is happening again, what's happening in the future. The journey will continue, and I think it will include a partnership with Fond Chenin for sure, and we'll take that or chat about that later today still. So maybe there's an announcement very soon about that. So just a very short journey, what happened this year, our big activities, our campaigns, etc. I really looked at my diary and I wanted to add quite a number of things, but I closed the diary and just concentrated on a few of our very high-level activities and achievements that we had this year. Thank you very much.
Ina.
Okay. Yes.
Ina is going to introduce you because I just think it's fitting. For the, no, she will.
Yeah. Okay. I mentioned Dr. Linivoet and working with us from 2010. So I'd like to introduce her with a very special research project that she helped with Dr. Jean Brand. And as I mentioned, Nolene Nell as project manager. And I think translating this aroma wheel into 3 languages, Shona, Zulu, Xhosa, is absolutely a first. So over to you, Helene and Jean. Thank you very much.
I want to start the talk, the presentation, by linking up to the theme of the conference that says Chenin, a revealer of place, and also linking up to what Jonathan said, and that is that provenance includes people. So the focus here is a revealer of place and the people of South Africa drinking Chenin. For many years, we have taught people to say, we will teach you about wine and what you taste and what you perceive, and that is necessary to be at the feet of the experts in that process. However, when we go to the consumer, the ordinary guy on the street, we refrain from saying we want to educate them. Instead, we say, please educate us about what you taste, what you perceive. And in this specific project, we asked the panelists to think back of fruits or smells that they perceived there where they grew up, especially in the context of the Shona and Xhosa and Zulu people. So we believe that it is enriching our understanding. It certainly also is more inclusive, and in this case, we are the learners. So to is there a, how can I get to our presentation? Okay, another content. Okay. So the vision that we had in our minds, and I'm listening to all these beautiful initiatives that the French and the South Africans have for taking the journey of Chenin forward. In line with that, our initiative and our strategic thinking is to enhance consumers' taste experience of Chenin Blanc and make it inclusive to cross language barriers. South Africa has many different languages, and we have as rich diversity in our thank you, in our setup here, population setup, and fitting to use Chenin to also help cross those barriers. So I'm taking you back to a few slides that you saw a while ago. So just to refresh your mind, we started with a journey to get an aroma wheel, staying in English, using fairly traditional, if I may say so, words to describe our sensory perceptions. And I have to admit that some of the words on the aroma wheel I have actually never tasted myself. I've never seen an elderflower or so. To teach other people and say this is what you must call that smell, I think that the time for that is over. Jean, over to you. She is taking the journey forward.
Good morning. So, as Helene said, this was quite challenging, but it was also quite rewarding. We start with thinking we're going to cross a language barrier, and then it turns out to be not just that. We have many languages in this country, we have many cultures, but it's difficult to see this as separate groups. I think there's, in the end, a continuum of people, and we learn from each other. We look at what the other cultures and languages are doing, and it's more of an integrated society, and that puts another dimension to splitting this into different languages and cultural groups. But we've tried, and I think it was a good result that we got in the end. So this was very much a joint venture between the university, the industry, and some funders, and there's really no other way that such a project can work because of the diverse groups and all the different skills that's needed to do something like this. So the main objectives that we had were to increase inclusivity and to reach out to people that maybe didn't understand Chenin so well or didn't think of this as something that they would enjoy. So that was our main objective. And doing that, you cannot only use language, you need to look at culture and where that language came from and how it's used. So this was only an initial study where we really looked at 3 groups. Of course, we want to, in the end, look at many more, but yeah, that's maybe a next stage. All right, so the first thing that comes to mind is to translate the wheel. Should be easy. We have a fantastic language center at the university. We have many translators in the country. But if you think about Chenin and enjoying that, and any wine really, it's not only about how to describe that and the language, it's how it's perceived. So you have to go back a few steps. I think just translating this would have been easy, but it wouldn't speak directly to the consumer that we wanted to include. So we recruited the 3 different panels. We had the tastings on different days, different sessions. This wasn't something that was run parallel. It was special attention was paid to each session and to get the right people there, people that's willing to do this, people that has a knowledge of wine, and also people that present that group. So we try to get people whose mother tongue, I don't know if you are familiar with the South African setup, there are many people that can speak many languages. We wanted people that grew up with that language, that grew up with that culture, but has some experience in wine and that has a good understanding of Chenin. So Ina and Nolene did a very good job finding those people for us. So we worked with relatively small panels. And then the wine selection, that was another task that was coordinated by Ina, that was well done. So we couldn't select all the possible styles and span the entire sensory space. We had to give them 6 wines because this is a focus group tasting. We got some descriptors. You cannot give people 30 wines or even 15. So we had to do use pre-tasting and selected these wines over multiple sessions to make sure that we capture as many of the sensory properties as we could within the dry Chenin style. So we only worked on dry Chenin wines for this experiment. And then the tastings were all blind. The participants didn't know what producer, what region, what descriptors were previously used on the label, for example, to describe these wines. And we asked them to use their own words from their own language and think of experiences that they had as a child or associations that they would make to food products that they know, and just smells, being outside, because as you all know, we use a lot of vegetative descriptors in wine, so not only food products. So I would just like to show you a few pictures. So that's the Kosa group, and then a picture of Zulu. That was quite hard to get more Zulu people, but the people that came, they were all dedicated, enthusiastic, and really applied themselves. And then, although Shona is not an official language of South Africa, we have a lot of people that speak that language that's in wine and that's currently residing in South Africa. Okay, so it seems maybe easy if you think of the process, but we had to capture the descriptors, and we didn't want to limit people or give them a predefined list, so we didn't restrict them in only giving words. They could give phrases, they had to really describe the wine, and then from that we extracted the aroma descriptors. So we still have the taste descriptors, which we will look at some stage, but for this exercise, we just extracted the aroma descriptors. And then you go through a language process where you try to retain the concepts and the roots of the word, so you need to find synonyms, and yeah, that was quite hard because of the many dialects, and we need to get in language specialists that also knew about wine. So this was an iterative process, going to the language specialist, going back to the group leader. And then after that, we categorized the terms. So for that, we had two processes running. The one was translating back to English and categorizing, and the other one was using the native speaking experts to also categorize the terms. And then from there, we looked at the differences between the cultural groups and languages, what stood out, what seemed similar, and then we could trace that back to the region from where that language originated, or the most people that speak that language, where they grew up. So I just included a little map for the people that's not familiar with where these language groups, where the languages originated from. And what was quite interesting is that the bulk of the terms correlated very well with English terms, because it's fruits that's been consumed, I think, worldwide, and even if that wasn't so in the past, it's now all been exported. So I think that would also resonate with the French people, maybe, except for maybe the guava. And then we saw that the Xhosa people talked a lot about wild plum. It was quite an interesting process because they had to show us a picture. So everyone went on Google, thank you Google, to find this picture. And prickly pear is also something that they consumed as children, which is not something that I've seen in wine descriptions before, even though a lot of the people in the Western Cape consume that. We find that in shops and we eat that. And sugarcane, that was a very strong word that came from the Zulu people, and most of them grew up in KwaZulu-Natal. And then the marula, we all know amarula from the Stel. I don't know if the French people also buy that. And that fruit came up, but not the drink, the fruit, the origin of the fruit. And that's something that they often use to describe Chenin. And then, of course, the traditional pap, where we found a very strong correlation with pap and yeasty and leesy. So that's how they perceive that. And then I went home and I smelled it, and it's quite similar, though. And they've got a whole range of native grain words that they used. Some of them we can't translate because there is no English word for that. Okay, so what we hope to achieve with this project, or the first phase at least, is to include more diverse consumer groups, and then use the local terms to make a connection between what they know and what they've perceived and Chenin Blanc. And if they can do that, we think that they might achieve some sense of ownership, making that wine their wine, something from South Africa that they could enjoy and that they would like to promote to other people. Also, empowering professionals and students to learn about Chenin and to speak to the wider community, their friends and family, and use that again when they need to train other individuals. So all of this whole process should be based on improving inclusivity, making Chenin something for African people and South Africa, something that we can call our own. And through that process, we would like to further transformative thinking about how we talk about wine aroma, how we talk about Chenin, and the entire approach of the wine industry. So we're hoping that we will have some followers, people that would also want to do something in this line, so that we can ultimately promote wine, and in this case, then Chenin Blanc. So a way to assess are we on the right track? Are we going to achieve this envisaged impact, we talked to some of the participants afterwards, and they were extremely positive about this process. They felt that they gained some recognition for their native language, for their native culture, that we want to include them, and that this is something that we can take hands and move forward with. They saw it as embracing diversity, marking a new era, and they felt that they are now more comfortable promoting this to people, their family, their friends, people that's been drinking mostly traditional beer and beer as such. So this was extremely positive for us to see how they want to take hands with us and how they perceived this whole process. So I think you're all wondering what this looked like. It's a bit dark on the screen, but we have different colors, and we had a comment that, maybe this is not the color of the wine, it should be yellow. And what's interesting is that these cultural groups really liked the bright colors. They didn't think that because wine has a yellow or greenish tint, that the aroma wheel should be yellow or greenish, and they embraced these bright colors that represent the fruit or the product that they find in the wine that they've associated with as a child. So, for example, the Xhosa people liked the bright orange because that's associated with the wild plum. And then the sugarcane, this was the graphic designer, but they didn't object. They liked the color. And then for the Shona people, he tried to match something that would resonate well with the marula fruit. And then thanks a lot to the funders and the sponsors and the private wine sellers that all contributed and helped us with this process. Thank you.
Wonderful. Merci beaucoup. Tinashe? Hey. Am I not saying your name right after all this time? I've put a little French touch to your name, Tinashe. Maybe just a little comment on what we just looked at, seeing that you were instrumental in participation. Maybe just a little word on your experience, your feedback.
Yeah, maybe I can just say Tinashe was the leader of the Shona group, right? So he facilitated that for us.
Yeah, I think it's quite beautiful that it's come out their way. The unfortunate thing is they are not here, which is quite sad. But I feel it's like I've said it earlier. It's something that I also struggled when I started my wine journey, and it being recognized and being put part of the curriculum really helps a lot. So yeah, I was being part of the project, and I think more can be done, and it will surely help diverse groups.
Thank you.
And Tinashe, when you went to the Sommelier World, just get the term right, World Sommelier Blind Tasting Championships, which is like the Olympic Games for the sommelier, could you use any of these descriptive words and get some extra points? Oh, excellent. Do you want to? Happy? Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Okay, then we're going to ask Marisa Nieuwoud. And Marisa, you're going to share with us, a sense of place wine tourism strategy, and it's the case of the Breede Kloof region. That's right. Please, welcome.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see you all here today, and welcome to all of our guests. Firstly, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak about wine tourism today at this session. I'm going to be talking about how we've used sense of place to future-proof South Africa's wine tourism strategy. Now, sense of place as a concept is a very important tool for sustainable tourism development. What it does is it safeguards your destination against globalization that sense of sameness that we see in some big destinations around the world, and it also protects you from over-tourism, both of which are factors that will eventually see your destination lose visitors. Right, now I was mindful of the group of people that I would stand up in front today, that it's quite a technical wine audience, so I decided to lean a little bit on some familiar comparisons for you. So I'm not for this group going to define terroir by any stretch of the imagination, but there is a paragraph on the screen there that I really liked. And it said the characteristic taste and flavor imparted to a wine by the environment in which it's produced, which is really what we're talking about today. And another tool that I've borrowed from the Chenin Blanc Association is the aroma wheel. Ina, I've modeled one of my slides on your aroma wheel to give people a better understanding of sense of place, and which is essentially why the aroma wheel is used, for people to understand better the wine that they're drinking. So the concept of sense of place is not new at all. You can trace it back to the ancient Greeks and Romans who spoke about the spirit of a place. You can take it back even further to the First People Nations and the Aboriginals, who today still hold place as sacred. But what it encompasses is an understanding of the meaning that is attached to a geographical location by local residents and by visitors. And like I said in the introduction, what I touched on is what sense of place allows a destination to do is to retain its uniqueness, its character, and to keep giving the locals a sense of belonging. And I'm going to talk later about why your locals are so important, but I want to attach to that your visitors. We've all visited a place and you really long for that sense of distinctness. There's a nostalgia for places that you visited and that you've loved, and it's that nostalgia that translates into visitor loyalty and that translates into repeat visitation. So what I've done, because sense of place is quite a complex term, I've actually broken it down on a wheel like the Chenin Blanc wheel, and I'll talk you through some of those attributes. I hope my eyesight, I'm feeling my age a little bit, doesn't fail me on the screen here, but we've got the sensorial experience of a destination, which is pretty straightforward. That's hearing, taste, sight, smell, touch. Then we look at the characteristics of the destination, and that includes graphics. It's very difficult to think of New York and the I Love New York logo, for instance, without seeing in your mind's eye that type font of the I Love New York logo. We have architecture, public art, and the landscape that is used to put together a sense of place. And then under clarity and legibility, how easy is it to find your way, to navigate the destination? Is there an information service? And then imaginability and identity, where we look at certain nodes or districts or landmarks in the place. And then lastly, symbols and icons. Are there certain cultural icons that makes a destination stand out? I can think of a couple of French ones. Geographic icons, and then the intangible cultural heritage of a place. And when I decided to use those familiar wine concepts, it was actually very easy to tie them together, because wine and tourism are both an expression of place. So the first thing that we did when we devised our tourism strategy for South Africa was that we needed to have a very good understanding of what our product is. What were the places that we were marketing and developing and researching? Excuse me. So in South Africa, we've got 23 wine routes, including the SA Brandy Homes, for the benefit of our guests, that stretch over 3 provinces. And one of our key strategic objectives is to convey to visitors those unique regional identities of each of those wine routes. What we have to do is tell the local food and wine stories, and do it in such a way that the visitor connects the product to the destination. The next slide's quite a busy one, but I'm going to talk you through it. One of the first things, and it's quite an academic approach as well, one of the first things that Vinpro did was they worked with the University of Stellenbosch to outline and to map the South African wine tourism offering. So they attached a development score to 19 of those 23 wine routes based on the development level of the wineries on each route. And what that enabled us to do was to categorize those wine routes, whether they were in the emerging phase from a tourism perspective, whether they were in the acknowledgement phase like Swartland and Bredekloof that you'll be visiting, whether they're in the prestige phase, more well-known routes like Paarl and Robertson, and then of course we have 3 wine routes that are quite iconic in South Africa that are in the mature phase, namely Stellenbosch, Franschhoek and Constantia. So what we've also done on that slide is we worked with the team at Vintelligence, who launched a consumer survey last year. They surveyed 7,000 South African wine consumers, and we asked them to look at what was the awareness levels of our various wine routes, which is the dark blue line that you can see, and the visitation levels to each of those wine routes, which is the light blue line that you can see on the slide there. And with 1 or 2 exceptions, the development level of a wine route will also determine how aware people are of it and how well visited that wine route is. Moving away from a geographic perspective, we also had to understand our product from an economic perspective. So we conducted an economic value of wine tourism study in 2020, from which we learned that wine tourism accounted for nearly 15% of the total turnover of our wineries. It contributed 7.2 billion rand to our country's GDP in 2019, and it employed between 8,400 and 10,200 people directly at farm gate that previous year, but it supported 36,000 job opportunities throughout the economy. When it became very interesting was when we segmented this data and we looked at it from a wine route perspective, but also the size of the winery. When we looked at our micro wine cellars, and those are wine cellars with an annual turnover of less than 10 million rand, and they make up the bulk of our wine cellars, wine tourism accounted for 41% of their total turnover. Right, so I'm not going to be able to take you through our whole wine tourism strategy today in the interest of time, but I am going to pull out some examples that really speak to how we designed our strategy from the inside out. We've heard Jonathan speak about identity, and it's a term that I'm going to use a lot today as well as the term authenticity. So the first project that we launched was a wine tourism toolkit that we did with our friends at Wine Tourism Australia. We launched that in 2019, and it's an online business resource for our wineries to help them either establish a wine tourism footprint or to expand it. It is a digital free resource, and what it gives them is a number of templates, documents, and checklists for the daily running of your winery. And the point that we really drove home with this tool, and all of the workshops on the screen as well that I'm going to talk about now, is that your products as a winery should be an expression of your identity, your regional identity and your identity as a winery. To launch this product, we hosted 4 workshops in 2019 where we helped each winery develop a new visitor experience. In 2020, we hosted a series of 6 virtual workshops for our industry members during COVID-19 on direct-to-the-consumer wine marketing and sales. And we're planning another series of workshops next year with our friends at Wine Tourism Australia to help our wineries develop new wine tourism experiences. So, product aside, one of the most important things at any attraction is service. We've all been somewhere where it's absolutely beautiful, the landscape, the setting is magnificent, but then the service lets it down. So we really wanted to focus again on our product from the inside out. We started towards the end of 2019 to develop a learning and development strategy for our wine tourism workers, and we started with a competency framework that married these 2 fields of wine and tourism that our team members had to be competent in order to work in our industry. We did an online survey, and they reviewed almost 8,000 competencies for us, and from that we were able to identify priority competencies that we needed to work on with our tourism workers to ensure that our service quality was up to standard. The question that we left with our wineries was how would we ensure that their staff delivered a world-class, memorable tourism experience? So on the screen there, you can see 10 of the areas that we prioritized. Waitering and wine service were two of the biggest ones, wine tasting, and we already started rolling out learning opportunities in wine service and waitering last year. And this year we did virtual training in vineyard fundamentals, wine tasting, and wine service for almost 100 of our wine tourism workers. And we'll continue to roll out these subsidized training opportunities so that we can make sure that the team who works in our tasting room has a good knowledge and understanding of what happens in the vineyard and what happens in the wine cellar, so that we can deliver good customer service. One of the added benefits of doing the research about the industry is it not only gave us sight of our industry, but also of our consumer. The research that we did in 2020 showed us that 35% of our visitors were domestic visitors, 29%, so they traveled within 40 kilometers of that winery. The 29% were South African visitors and 36% were international. Now that picture changes a lot depending on which wine route you're standing in. If you're standing in Stellenbosch, it's closer to 50% international. Franschhoek and Constantia, between 60 and 70% international. This year, between March and April, we did more visitor research. We surveyed 700 visitors at wineries in South Africa, and we found that those local visitors had moved up to 52% of our visitors. 30%, pretty stable there, were domestic visitors, and we only had 18% international visitors in destination, but that's probably due to timing. The international market hadn't fully recovered yet in March and April. We'd had a big blow following on the Omicron variant that was detected, so we're confident that that number will move back up. But the two figures that I really want to highlight here from a tourism perspective and a sustainability perspective is that 32% and that 35 and that 52% that you see there, because that's such an important health check for your destination. Your locals really are the proverbial canaries in the coal mine. When a product is no longer an expression of your regional identity, when it no longer feels authentic, they're the first people that are going to tell you. And they're the first people that are going to stop visiting your destination. They're also important because they are the people that the other domestic visitors ask for referrals. And what we're seeing trend-wise internationally, there's a big drive for authentic experiences. So even our international visitors want to go where the local visitors are going. So that's very important for your health check for your destination. And we keep a close eye on that number. For the last section of my presentation, I want to talk about the Brede Kloof Wine Valley. It would be very difficult to say sense of place and Chenin Blanc in one sentence and not talk about Brede Kloof. I had a lot of fun putting these slides together with the team from Brede Kloof. Atti, you're in the audience somewhere. You can raise a hand. Let me see where you are. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Thanks, Atti. Because their whole motivation for starting Brede Kloof Makers in 2014 was to showcase South Africa's signature white grape, Chenin Blanc, and also to showcase their unique terroir and tell the regional stories of Brede Kloof. So we've spoken now about sense of place, and we're talking about Brede Kloof. So I thought, what might it look like if we put some of these destination attributes together for Brede Kloof? The taste might very well be a Carl Everson Chenin Blanc. The smell, roosterkoek, fresh from the braai with figs. The graphics, that very familiar font of the Brede Kloof Makers. Architecture, there's some very iconic architecture in the Brede Kloof region. I'm hoping that you'll get to see it when you go on your technical visit. The landscapes, fauna and flora, proteas, fynbos that the area is known for, certain nodes of activity that form especially around the Brede Kloof River in that area of the world, landmarks, the mountains. I can speak about those mountains for a very long time. And then cultural icons. It's an area that has a 3-century history of farming and winemaking, very strong Dutch and Afrikaans heritage in that area. So if we were going to pull it all together, well, it might look something like that if you're translating that sense of place into a destination marketing message for the consumer. So we'll take a little bit of a trip back in time to talk about what Bredekloof has done to position themselves as Chenin country. There's an excerpt here from an article in the Wine Mag that Christian Eads wrote, and it's taking us back quite a bit, that's saying that Anekant die Berg, which is an Afrikaans word for that side of the mountain, used to be quite a pejorative term for the Bredekloof producers because people associated it with bulk wine and irrigation, and in his words he said there wasn't that much to capture people's imagination. But this started to change with the rise of the Bredekloof makers. What these 12 wineries are doing right is making the best possible wine they can and then backing it up with some compelling branding. So a lot has happened since 2018 in the Valley, and this team, they're doing so much right. They're having Bredekloof makers themed media days, and it's a winery that they really, really collaborate very well. When they launch new vintages, they have Bredekloof makers positioned sommeliers tastings. They do trade tastings in Johannesburg. Recently I was delighted to see they put up very big billboards, welcome to Chenin country, when you drive into the Bredekloof Valley, and they're busy at the moment designing a visitor's map that lays out a route to all of the producers and introduces them to all 14 Chenin Blancs that each of the producers in that area creates. What I've also liked is that they've just done some very cool activations. One of those was the Bredekloof makers and their infinite playlist, where they invited 12 or 13 influencers out to the Valley. Everybody got a bottle of Chenin Blanc from a producer in the Valley, and they had to put together a playlist of, I think it was 5 songs, Ati, to describe the wine that they were tasting. And they asked them certain questions. They said, is it a playful wine? Is it a cheeky wine? Is it a serious Chenin Blanc? Is it a sophisticated Chenin Blanc? And on the back of that, they put together these playlists that are still up online. You can go and listen to them when you taste that winery's Chenin Blanc now. So Bredekloof makers has obviously been very successful for the area in a room like this one, in the wine community, with wine critics, with wine lovers. And I thought, let's have a look at how this has done with the consumers. So we pulled again some data from Vintelligence, those 7,000 online surveys by South African wine consumers. And we looked at, for those consumers who are aware of the Bredekloof Wine Valley, what drove that awareness for them. So the green line at the bottom there is all respondents who indicated that they drink any and all cultivars. And the areas of the sources of awareness are things like social media, advertisement. I have tasted wine from the region before. I had a previous visit to the region. Oh, my font looks a bit shaky from here. You saw it in a travel program or a magazine. There was a wine tasting in my city, or I went to an event or festival where Bredekloof was present, and then lastly the region was recommended to me. And the first thing that you see is that Bredekloof did above average well with all wine drinkers in terms of people who have drunk their wines and also people who have visited the region. So then I said to them, okay, let's pull out the data of the Chenin drinkers. Show me the sources of awareness for everybody who said they occasionally and often drink Chenin Blanc. And that's the navy blue wine. And you can see there how tasting wine from the region went right up to 76%, and visitation to the region went right up to 72%. Whereas lots of the other sources of awareness kind of stayed the same, and some of them even took a bit of a dip. Social media marketing went down, ads went down a little bit, but that experience of either the wine or the destination went up with Chenin Blanc drinkers. And then lastly, we said, okay, now let's look at the serious Chenin Blanc drinkers. Let's look at people who said that they drink Chenin Blanc often. And then those numbers went right up, went up to 82% of them that have drank wine from the Bredekloof Valley, and 70, is that an 8 or a 6, 78%? That have actually visited the valley. So that's a very, very good report card for the Bredekloof in terms of consumer awareness and how this very focused approach and the very intentional conveying of their sense of place has worked for them. So I'm going to wrap up now and show you a video that we launched towards the end of last year, with which we, just before the international markets reopened, with which we really wanted to express to the viewer a sense of South Africa as a wine tourism destination. Thank you very much. Oh.
Thank you.
What is the perfect wine experience? Is it perhaps who you share it with? Is it the perfect blend of moments? Or the places it takes us to? When it comes to wine culture, there is no place like South Africa. When we think of wine, it is never just about the bottle. It is more about the places and people involved. It runs in our roots, in our soil, in our mountains, in our oceans. It is in our heritage. When you pick your next wine destination, make it South Africa.
Very much. Thank you very much. That concludes our session. A 5-minute break. If you could be back at 12, that would be fantastic. 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, and thank you very much. Doing very well. Timing. Very disciplined. Bravo. So we're going to resume the last session of the day, the last part of the session. And I would like definitely call Dr. Etienne Neethling. He doesn't like titles, I did that on purpose. But he's a lecturer, or how do we say that in French, Doctor? An enseignant chercheur at the University of Angers, but in French it would be the... And I'm doing this on purpose because he speaks perfect French. He's been in France for 14 years, and you could definitely have done this presentation in French, but you decide which language, maybe even Afrikaans.
I'm going to do it in Afrikaans. Yeah, good morning to everyone. My accent is Afrikaans. I grew up in South Africa, studied in Stellenbosch. Bessel Milani was my teacher, but there will maybe be a French typicity to my accent as I've been living in Angers the last 14 years. And I've been fortunate to work with different people, and I've been in a privileged place to be influenced by a lot of different people giving input to what I believe is an important question. How do we sustain wine identity? How do we sustain the places where we are growing our grapes sustainably, but also placing the importance of how to sustain a traditional variety in a place where it has contributed to the local distinctiveness of our wines. And obviously this within the context of climate change, putting a lot of pressure on how we will continue to grow grapes sustainably, and what will be the consequences if we can't grow grapes in that same place with the same variety, and what will be the influences on the market. So the presentation is obviously something that is collaborative, and Virginie presented her work 2 days ago, but I'd like to include also Cecile and Etienne, who is part of this study. And obviously the photo that you can see are the open vineyards that you, or the wines that you tasted of Corlia yesterday when you visited Mrs. Kirsten. So Ina paid me to put up this slide just to show, we're talking about a product that is produced locally and traded worldwide. So this, as compared to many sectors, if we can talk about coffee, we can talk about other food or beverage sectors, but the wine sector has always placed a strong emphasis on where the grapes are grown, where they're coming from, this concept of place that Jonathan very well explained this morning, and especially the cultivated vitis species. And when we talk about Chenin Blanc, it has this capacity, this versatility to produce different styles, but this versatility then also allows Chenin Blanc to address different markets and different consumers, and creating a simple message at the entry level, something that's fruity, rich, wooded or unwooded, to something that's much more complex, where we can deal with a complex message and where we have a product that has different families of flavors and aromas, as we can see from this wheel. And as I've mentioned, with contemporary climate change, variety is a risk. We know that climate is one of the most influential, or maybe the most influential factor, defining ecologically fitted plant material to a place. So that's maybe a summary. Stephanie, that is present here, already showed results for South Africa on Tuesday. But this is just to show you how things have changed in the Loire Valley. We can see a significant increase of annual temperatures since the 1960s. And we can see that this increase in temperature has shifted the Loire Valley from a cool climate region to a much warmer climate class. And we can say, as you can see with the scientific results, that the Loire Valley actually has today the same temperature structure as what we have known in Bordeaux in the 60s and the 70s. And this, not just, there's always this question about the risk with climate change, but the Loire Valley, as Andrea Molyneux pointed out, we're at the 47th degree northern latitude, and climate change has actually been also very beneficial for the quality of our wines. But there's also the question about not just temperature changes, and when we talk about temperature changes. These are the trends that are taking place all over the world. But there's also the question about the increasing likelihood of droughts or weather extremes that are placing a lot of pressure on the economic viability of companies in France. And I can maybe mention this just quickly, is that last year we had the most severe frost event that we have known for a couple of years, and this led to the lowest wine production since the year of 2000. Yeah, so with increasing temperatures, obviously we're observing the impacts on how the vines are responding, and we can see that this is just an analysis to see how much things have changed. So we used a network of Chenin Blanc plots that has data available since the 80s. We then used interpolation just to see on the same common date, the 15th of September, what was the sugar content for that network of plots, and obviously also the level of total acidity. And you can see here the changes that have been measured on sugar and acidity. So climate change adaptation becomes unavoidable, and I always I'm a little bit I pay attention when I use the word adaptation. As the previous presentation showed, we are dealing, the case of the Brede Kloof, we're dealing with winemakers that are extremely educated. They have been adapting their whole life. So climate change adaptation is just that next step, and Rosa presented this very well on Tuesdays, that we need to think how the perennial decisions making. We're dealing with a perennial plant. The decisions we are making today will have long-term effects. And climate change adaptation is taking the growers to the next level where decision making needs to be proactive, and we need to think how our vineyards will be impacted over the next couple of decades. And especially when we look at climate models like Stephanie presented, we are moving towards the likelihood where conditions will become radically different than what we have known in the past. And just to show you how things are expected to change in the Loire Valley, this is just an example of how the conditions varied over the last 40 years, since 1976. And I took the weather station of Montrebellet, which is right in the center of the Loire Valley, and quite representative of what we know in different parts where Chenin Blanc is grown, from Anjou until the Touraine area. And then I used just an average calculation looking at the last 30 years, 91 until 2020, so the most recent 30-year period that we can call then the normal, or the climate normal of the recent past. And then based on this analysis, we can see then some vintages that we can classify as cooler and wetter than average. And I place specifically here the vintage of 2022, which is the warmest vintage on record until today. It's, as you can see, compared to this recent past, at least 2 or 3 degrees warmer. And then 1990 was our driest vintage over the last 40 years. So if we look at estimated climates for the next 30, 40 years, we can see that there's this tendency that we will go to, or the years will shift towards classes that are much warmer and drier than average. But still we have historical variability, or climate variability, that's quite close to what is expected. And 2022 becomes almost something normal. And then obviously the more we go towards the end of the century, with this climate output for the most negative climate scenario, the question is, why use the most negative climate scenario? I think it's planning for the worst but hoping for the best. So we can just see that if we go towards something where emission scenarios continue to increase and temperatures continue to rise with increasing greenhouse gases, then we can go to a possibility where the Loire Valley will face climate conditions that are extremely radical and definitely uncharacteristic. But fortunately, climate change awareness and perception is changing. And this is just quickly to show you a study we did about 2 years ago. We interviewed more than 3,600 wine growers all over the world. We did the study in 18 different countries. And I'm just going to quickly show you, among the 27 questions that we asked them, what was the level of climate change awareness. And we can see that the majority of growers, we can see the example for South Africa and for France, where 84% and 86% of the people interviewed were aware that the climate is evolving and changing. And the number of people that are still not sure are normally between 10 and 12%, and obviously the number of people that are definitely seeing no changes are very little. And then we get to the question of adaptation, and this is where we start moving away from something that is a global context with a much more local nature to it. And it was just to show you where the priority of the growers were at that time, where the French growers said that the priority of adaptation should be focused on soil management. This can also be related to the fact that many of our appellations and the code of conduct that is associated with that appellation does not allow irrigation. And then obviously with climate change and the impacts that we are seeing on yield, there's this focus to better manage the soil and better manage the soil moisture that is available. Whereas South Africa, where most varieties are probably today at the upper suitability of where they could be grown, there was this big focus also on new varieties that are much more maybe Mediterranean, much more tolerant to drought or heat, as we have seen with some companies working more and more with Spanish or Greek varieties. It's not the same one as yesterday. I took this out because they told me to be a little bit shorter, but basically what I just wanted to say here is that if we look at the effectiveness of different strategies, we know that there's a lot of things that we can do. At the end of the day, and Rosa talked a lot about site selection, and obviously we heard a lot about creating new varieties. Those are the two solutions that give us the best efficiency to offset increasing temperatures and drought. But again, if we come back to wine identity, and we've spoken a lot about it this morning, the place where we are growing grapes, especially when there's a focus to better communicate small places, then it actually explains why we are such a sensitive sector. Because what gives us our greatest asset and our greatest differential point on the market makes us also the most sensitive and the most vulnerable. And which then leads to the complexity of adapting to climate change. But what I want to focus here on is this concept of uncertainty. Yes, we have improved a lot our knowledge and understanding of how climate will change. We have better climate models today than compared to what we had 30 years ago when the first IPCC reports came out. But despite that, there's a lot of uncertainty. We don't know really how climate conditions will change, what will be the amount of emission scenarios that will happen according to different global and local factors. There's also the question of scale. We have technology available, and Tara presented the TerraClean project. We have a similar project in the Loire Valley, but the question of scale will always be difficult because we're dealing with regional or national data or outputs at that level, and we would like to have something that is at the level of the vineyard where the adaptation is taking place. And that differentiation between regional and local normally leads to what we call a massive increase in uncertainty. So the message today is, and I think this is probably a message that I don't know how to translate it because we talked a lot about different things, but I think today we need to accept uncertainty. It will not go away, and it will probably only increase with increasing temperatures or the continuous effect of climate change. And we need to look for practical solutions. We need to think, obviously research needs to ask good questions. Normally the research questions that we're asking today will only be applied in the next 10 or 15 years. But we still need to address the fact, why are we vulnerable? And we need to look at practical solutions which have different assets to them. We can talk about the no-regret solutions, those that are flexible, reversible. Jamie talked about regenerative farming, which is a win-win situation regardless of what happens in the future. Today, regenerative farming will benefit us and will make us more resilient to future climate changes. And then we can also talk what we call soft strategies, is when we start working with institutional organizations, which then help, especially in European countries where there's a strict code of conduct, to look at how we implement the rules and how we can allow the growers more flexible solutions. And this is where it comes to my study. This fact that we are vulnerable because I think we didn't actually look at how diverse are our variety? What are the tools we have within the genetic variation of the signature varieties that we are currently cultivating in Europe and in countries like South Africa? So what are we talking about? And Patrice and Johan mentioned this on Tuesday. I'm using the word clone, but I think it speaks to every one of us. We have a unique variety, and over time, as it is vegetatively propagated, leads then to mutations, and depending on the variety and the history of the variety, we can have a large collection of different clones expressing or being expressed differently. So what we want to do is we want to look at this variety, and we want to understand to what extent can this intervarietal diversity be an adaptation solution. And we're doing this not only for the Chenin. We have a collection on Sauvignon Blanc, Gros Lot, Cabernet Franc, which will be the varieties in the Loire. We're also working on Petit Verdot et Cabernet Franc in Bordeaux, and then we have a large collection on Riesling and the Pinot family in Alsace. And we're collecting historical data, and where we don't have historical data, which I will mention at the end, we will start observing those varieties in the different conservation plots from this year. We then add to these historical data what climatic data, and what we would like to do here is we would like to implement linear and non-linear temperature responses to build what we call ecoclimatic or phenological response models, which we would like then to test in the future how they will behave, and to see how this genetic variability allows us to respond to, not to respond to climate change. And this is also a process. I'm part of the LACAF project in France, so we started to work at the level of vitis, at the species level. Then we worked at the level of the variety, and now I have the fortunate position with a national funding to work at the intravarietal diversity level. So it's something that also started in already, I think, at the end of the year 2000, and just showing you where we are more or less today. So I'm showing you Riesling because, again, the work on Chenin Blanc is ongoing. We have a substantial database for Riesling, but as you can see, this is historical data measured between 1982 and 1991. We have more than 400 individuals of Riesling, so I think it's a substantial size of different clones of Riesling, and I think it can give us a good way of expressing Riesling with climate change. And then what we basically do is we calculate the average timing for each individual clone. We associate with that a weather station, which then allows us to calculate the heat requirements, what we call the forcing units. So this is the linear response model. And as you can see, the earliest developing clone of Riesling to reach flowering requires more or less 1,260 units, whereas the late developing clone to reach flowering will require more or less 1,330 heat units. So this is the first results on Chenin. We had a database where we had more or less 60 individuals for 97, 98. That went up to almost 200 individuals. And this allowed us to do just a first analysis on Chenin and see how it behaves over time, and which can give me maybe some hypothesis moving forward over the next 3 years. And basically the same thing, this is just for the developing stage of veraison, so the onset of ripening. And you can see again early ripening clones acquiring or more or less 2,800 heat units compared to the late developing clones requiring almost 3,000 heat units. And this is where it becomes a little bit difficult maybe to explain to you what I want to show you, but you can see now that the fact that we have now these phenological models, they were calibrated, we looked at performance metrics. Now we would like to see how they behave with continuous climate change. So you can see the recent past. There was a difference of 9 days between the latest and the earliest developing clone. I'm only looking at the average value over a 30-year period. So I'm not looking at the annual variability. You can see with increasing temperatures, obviously there's an advancing tendency to the developing stage of veraison. And as we move towards the end of the century, especially for a climate scenario as 8.5, which is our worst case scenario, we are moving towards a timing where it's 13 to 30 days earlier. So almost a month earlier the event will take place. We're talking about an event that shifted from the beginning of September to almost the beginning of August. On the left side you have the day of the year, so what we will call in French, jour julien. We can also see with increasing heat, the difference between the clones becomes shorter. So that's something that already shows us that there's maybe a limit to this intravarietal diversity, because warmer conditions accelerate the phenological development of the plant. And then I wanted to just see, if we take the earliest developing clone and we look at the latest developing clone within the collection of the 58 clones that we had to our availability, how do they vary on an annual basis for the end of the century? And the reason that I wanted to do that, I wanted to compare it with the existing understanding we have on varieties. So I then also simulated and modeled what we already considered to be the value for Chenin Blanc. And I took what I esteemed was a late developing variety, Uni Blanc. It's one of the most latest, or one of the varieties in France that requires the most heat to reach flowering and veraison, and explain why this variety is so suitable to make eau de vie or cognac. And what we can see is that, and I hope this is clear, is that the model that we actually have at this moment for Chenin Blanc is based on observations that were done on early developing clones. So we constructed a model on something where the behavior of that model is related to the fact that we have a lot of early developing clones in the Loire Valley. And these early developing clones gave us maybe not the best understanding of how Chenin Blanc can perform. And you can see the way that I simulated the early developing clone of Chenin, it's exactly the same as the Chenin model that we actually have at our availability. And then what is interesting is that we come back to this concept of uncertainty. A lot of us tend to agree today we need to plant later ripening varieties. But if we look at the late developing clone, it actually gives us a better performance than Uni Blanc. And we think about the market, we think about the practical solutions, no regret options. The fact that we can then say to the grower, instead of planting Uni Blanc Fermentino, we have a late developing clone of Chenin that can be as resilient as that late developing variety. And at the same time, also ensuring the grower that is still growing the same variety, and that variety will maybe be as adapted as a late developing clone. I don't know if this is a variety. I don't know if this is clear. But just to show you why I mentioned this, this is the data that I obtained for all the varieties over France, and I show Chenin Blanc and Sauvignon Blanc, because as it's two signature varieties of the Loire Valley, and you can see that 4 clones since the year 2000 dominate the amount of available clones that are available at vine nurseries. So you can see that growers are continuously still seeking those early developing clones, planting them in vineyards, and explain the reason why we are so sensitive and vulnerable to climate change, because we have clones that will normally lead to early development stages. They will be rich in sugar under warmer conditions, and show that in a sense we have gone too far with clonal selection. And we need to think also about why we are vulnerable, and that maybe before going to dramatic measures, we still first need to ensure that we are adapting correctly to our current climate and our current conditions. And this is where it comes in, this principle that I didn't put it in, it's still the other presentation, but this comes back to this principle of polyclonal selection, something that the Portuguese have talked a lot about, where they have minimum 7 clones within the same selection that they do, until 20 clones. And this is just to show you that we're dealing with climate change, but we're also dealing with climate variability. 2021 was a cool and wet vintage in France, and 2022 was, as I've mentioned, the warmest on record and extremely dry. And this variability, obviously, is something that the growers need to deal constantly with, and at the same time prepare for the future. And polyclonal variability, the fact that we are using the biodiversity of our varieties, a way of constantly performing well. We're not excluding the early developing clones. We're therefore not going from one extreme to another. We still mention that they can have value in the future. And Rosa mentioned this, that under a warm climate, we actually want to plant early, and we want to harvest the grapes before the heat wave. But again, I think the fact in South Africa, I can't speak from experience, but in the Loire Valley, there's obviously massal selection, but massal selection will always have not the same diversity as what we can have from a conservation plot, but there should be the tendency working more with polyclonal variability. So this is an ongoing study. There's still a lot of improvement that we need to do, but I believe it's a much more rational cost-effective strategy, especially when you think about the uncertainty of future climate outcomes. And yeah, as genetic diversity is an ongoing process, obviously we want to expand and bridge the international gap on the understanding. So we're working from this year within the framework of my national research project. We're working with the Institute of French Vine and Wine in the Loire Valley, and Virginie mentioned this block of this vineyard plot of over 400 individuals of Chenin Blanc that we will start following next year, and hopefully in 3 or 4 years, also those individuals coming back from South Africa that will be grafted next year. We're also working with Vinpro because we want to also look at how different sites perform, how does these clones also compare to our clones, especially when we start building the phenological models. Yeah, you can read about this project that was done in 2018 and explain that, in a sense, the relationship with South Africa has become an extremely valuable asset to France in terms of preserving the identity, and that these vines, if they are, by hypothesis, more heat and drought tolerant, becomes a massive asset for the French wine industry. And hopefully we're already talking about maybe doing some other emissions for Sauvignon Blanc Sémillon, and that's where the Old Vine project in South Africa becomes in an international asset for many countries. I would like to acknowledge, because in 2000, the data that I'm working with are historical data. At that time, and I mentioned this, they asked questions that we're not asking today. So I benefited from INRAE general director that were observing this data without knowing how we can do it today. So it also raises the question, and Chenin Conference, I think it's the place where we can start talking about what data we collect today, which will probably be only required in the next 10 or 15 years. And then obviously I need to thank the program that financed this study. And as any teacher, I got my students involved to help me with the data set and look up the master vintage. It's voted the best master in the world. I didn't, no, just joking. Yeah, so thank you for your time.
Merci, Etienne. It certainly brought us back to the reason why we're all here, just to capture and that things are changing, climate changing, and how we're going to adapt to that. But again, I'm going to call the chairman of the Chenin Blanc Association, because now it's time for the closing ceremony. Can you believe it? So again, if you would come up to stage, and then with your guest, Monsieur Vincent Denis, de la Fédération viticole Interloire, mais je vois Anjou, Saumur et Interloire. Bienvenue. Madame Mathilde Favre-Dan, Deputy Mayor of Outreach and Tourism, City of Angers, and the Présidente de Destination Angers, s'il vous plaît. Et voilà.
Microphone? Okay. And Evelyn? Again. Okay, I shall do that. I need to introduce Evelyn again, so we know. I think it's been a long day. Thanks to certain people. Thank you. I think we've come to the end of a fascinating 3 days with really amazing inputs and some great presentations and some truly, I think, groundbreaking initiatives to go forward with, to move on with. And who knows, the world is a completely crazy place right now, but hopefully we can do this again in 2 years' time. And we will be coming to visit you in future. And we'd like to thank all of our guests, all of our visitors, all of the attendees who came to spend time. And believe me, time is a rare, rare asset. And thank you for coming. Thank you for giving up your time. And thank you for contributing and taking with us Chenin Blanc to be the magic variety that it is. And we look forward to seeing you. We look forward to playing with you in France. We look forward to improving our French language skills before then. I will learn another sentence or two. Oh, pas mal. No. And there is some people that we've got to thank because I think what's really important, often in organizations and in structures, we have to deal with politics. And, you know, politics is one thing, and often quite unnecessary, but it has a place and it has a role. But when you have a friendship, and when you have people who have a passion and a friendship, and I speak for Inna and Evelyn.
Thank you so much.
Smell these. Beautiful, huh? May I do it? And Inna, tell us about that.
I'm talking as the president of the Académie du Chenin, and I think with Patrick we are really moved to see how it's going on and all the evolution, and the content of this Congress was really wonderful, very varied, very dense, very interesting, and it shows us that all this scientific research that have been done in different fields, in genetics, in climate, with this very interesting app, TerraClim, in water management, in trellising, in canopy management, rootstock, and so on. And I think, as Etienne mentioned it, we need more and more cooperation together so that we can move forward even maybe faster. So the example of IFV and Vinpro working together is really a wonderful example, and it has to be continued and evolve. So the Congress, I think here, like the one in 19, is a very good example of efforts to create an international community around the world, and this is around our grape, the Chenin. Now, the next step, I think, could be building together maybe sort of a book or a corpus that would include sort of describe an identity of the Chenin, a world identity. So that's really a challenge. But maybe, possibly, it would be the best revealer of place, of diversity of place and people. And as Gabrielle mentioned, I think that's a very interesting thing to follow. Maybe a specific taste, umami, and freshness. I think this identity book should also include history of the different places where the Chenin is growing, and this was a suggestion from Garth from Australia. We were very interested in learning the history of the Chenin in Australia, And you know, it would be nice to put down all our histories. And maybe we can include also the different terroirs, that means climate, soil, and people, and maybe also food traditions and taste. So this book, that's very ambitious, but it should be presented to the press, to the international press, in many different international events. And it could be first presented, maybe it will not be complete, but at least it will be the beginning. Maybe it could be presented in Angers, in the international, in the Salon des Vins d'Angers, so that's early February. Yes, and then it could be presented at Wine Paris, at Provine in New York, in Hong Kong, and why not put with it a tasting like the tasting we saw that was organized by Fan de Chenin with different. There were some South African. We could add Australians and from different parts of the world. So it should be like a suitcase of bottles to be presented along with this book. So that's an idea that I think we should probably pursue. And thank you very much for everybody, especially Noline, who had to deal with all these crazy French people.
Noline, please come up. Noline.
Very difficult.
There's always somebody in the background doing so much work and so little thanks. Well done. Thank you so much. Wonderful. And Noline was the head of the team that held everything together inescapably. I don't know how they managed the workload and putting it all together from the venue to every single menu to every single item. And I think it's just incredible the amount of work that goes in to organizing and managing 300 people, or just about 300 people. I mean, I can just about manage one person a day, and that's enough for me.
Okay, thank you for welcome us here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here today for speak to you at the end of the second edition of the Chenin Blanc Wine Congress. On behalf of the Fédération Viticole Anjou-Saumur and Interloire, the professional wine growing bodies of the Loire Valley, first of all, I would like to thank Chenin Blanc Association for the excellent organization and the warmth of the welcome that we have received. I would like to extend special thanks to Ken, Ina, and Noline for they put all their heart and soul into offering a complete experience. We will remember several highlights from the Chenin, from the Congress, such as all talks we had with local wine growers, the scientific advances on our favorite grape varieties to prepare future in this changing world. And the wonderful tasting, which gave us a worldview of the different tastes of Chenin and different terroirs of Chenin. Each Chenin that connects us, working with it on the other side of the equator. We are committed to developing its quality, reputation, and image through brands as Fan de Chenin or doing Chenin. We have had very encouraging results. It could be increased while speaking with a common, modern, and unique language. The development of our collaboration will make the difference in the international world of wine. Our valuable relationships should enable us to position our grape varieties more consistently and precisely in a global market. Our next challenge is to welcome you with the professionalism, but also with the friendliness that you have demonstrated. The Chenin Blanc International Congress is a great changing place that we need to develop. The Congress is still very young and is up to us collectively to make it grow. So that is always more innovative and an active promoter of these distinct grape varieties. And vive le Chenin.
Sorry. Well, bonjour à tous, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning to everybody.
Pleasure to be there with you on those 3 days, beautiful days. I'm going to say many things. Many thanks for the organization, of course, dear Ina, Nolin, and Ken. So I've got something for you also. That's why I need my hands. And Ken?
Flowers.
You're going to have one.
Wow.
One sweet from Carpechot, from Patrick, Carpechot, Grand Cru. Another bottle, Anjou. From Vincent. And the last one, I think this is Saumur, maybe? This is like it is, yes. Saumur. From Philippe Parchot.
Thank you for this. Thank you.
Three different appellations, the great appellation with acidity, sugar, well balanced, and palate.
I can assure you those wines have found a very happy home.
So many thanks, of course, of you two, you three, and also Narieta. Narieta, thank you so much. You were doing such a good job for everybody here, for the people, the visitors, the delegates, and the different conference. Thank you very much. Of course, thank you to the University of CS. Ah, Ken.
We got the flowers.
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you.
Of course, I'd like to say thank you also to the University of Science for the welcome, and also for the team from Roxane Waldeck, who organized with the volunteer all the tasting of those 3 days. So the name of the group is A Paragon, and I would like to say thank you. Of course, thank you to all the speakers for the quality of their intervention and the level of the intervention. Of course, thanks very much to the French delegates, 70 people from Vouvray and Anjou and Saumur. And now, this is the time to announce other things, the future, as you said. So, je souhaite vous inviter en 2000.
So I'd like to invite you in 2024 to Anjou. I'd like to meet you in Angers in 2024.
We have saved the dates. On a eu 3 à mettre dans nos calendriers. 2024. Donc, je vous invite à.
So in 2024, 3, 4, and 5 July, we would like to welcome you to the 3rd Congress of the Chenin in Angers. I'm going to ask Ina to come here with the trophy.
I keep it and bring in Angers. I have something to show you, if Lola, perfect. Because you have to know where is Angers. Angers is situated 1 hour and a half from Paris in the Loire Valley. They were drinking Chenin on the video. So Angers is situated just 1 hour and a half from Paris, like I said, very close to the Loire Valley with Saumur and Vouvray, of course. So just time for promotion. Angers is the first city where life is good. Angers is the first in France. Angers is the first green town of France. And also, this is the only town in Europe, tree city of the world. They love tree. For the future, the objective is for the Congress is to continue to grow the Chenin community, as everybody said. We want to expand the program to the Loire Valley, and as well as to develop it with crossing results and research. Training and vines with wine professionals and sommelier, of course, and still tasting in the heart of the event. The internalizations of the Congress also make sense for us. Be careful of the translation in French, because make sense, faire sens, n'est pas la même traduction.
So there's a little message for Leo, who is amongst us, a problem of translation.
Surprises combining wines and gastronomy will be prepared. Just a message, I'm not only deputy mayor, I'm not only president of Destination Angers, I'm also a sommelier. And that's why the conference we have this morning was very important for me to talk about the pairing. I think in France, in Europe, we use pretty much pairing with the gastronomy, and I think it's very important. So very thanks to Gabriel Lepouzet, Tinash, the sommelier from South Africa, and David Biro, that was the man who were asking for the question to Tinash, how they organize the pairing here in South Africa. I think it's very interesting for me to match the gastronomic with the Chenin, of course, but you can accord the wine with many kitchen, many cuisine, not only with vegetable, but with everything. With Moroccan cuisine, with the spices, I think the Chenin goes very well. Because the spices is very good according to the meat, to the fish, with the spices and a little bit of sugar. I think also it's very interesting to match sweet wine with main course. You have to try a bonzo maybe. You have to try sweet wine like quart de chaume with some chicken with sauce, with a little bit of spice inside. And I have other meats like duck. I made a special recording with my husband because he's a chef also. Promotion. With an old recipe from Alain Sanderins. This is canard apicius. Donc canard apicius, c'est une spécialité d'Alain Sanderins.
That's a speciality which was created in 1980.
Canard apicius, it's cooked with spices and honey. And you have to try sweet wine with this kind of meat. We have plenty of different pairing to do with the large variety, the large tasting, the large will you do with the tasting. So you can accord everything, every different cuisine. Let's try it. I close. We have also other line of thought for the temperature, eventually, for the temperature of wine. We didn't talk about the temperature. We have to taste the wine. It's a good idea to reflect this idea. Fresh, 8 degrees to 12 degrees sometimes. It's important because we have to work and talk with the wine growers, I think. A lot of things to do, to say. I'm sorry. So that was the time for wine and gastronomy. And dear Ken, so this is the end, at least. Everybody, as you said, make Chenin magic. I'm going to say, let the Chenin shine. Faisons rayonner le Chenin. Thank you.
Just before we depart and take up with our lunches, the Chenin Blanc Association, to all of my colleagues in the Chenin Blanc Association, it's been, well, what, 23 years. Irina, would you come up, please? Irina was the visionary who saw to call the group together. Come along. There's a step here. Irina is the visionary who saw the call to get the group together in a formal basis, to get a constitution, and to do all that seriously grown-up stuff that made us the Chenin Blanc Association that we are today. And to Irina, I just want to say a sincere thank you, who tells me she's retiring from the Chenin Blanc Association. I didn't know it was possible. I don't think it is. I've got some flowers for you. You've got to face the front. The man wants a picture with your flowers. Thank you, Rick. Okay. I'm told by our organizer, Madame the Congress, that we are expecting the confrérie. We are asking the confrérie if they would come up now, please. For an intronization. Voilà. Mathilde?
Confrérie, it's very special. I don't know if you have the same in South Africa. You're going to taste some Chenin, different Chenin. This is to improve the Chenin, the quality, to be together on a brotherhood.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. Et je vais vous demander de quitter le... Oui? Non? Oui, parce qu'il faut faire de la place. We need some space. So you must also leave. Voilà, exactement. 2 secondes. Bravo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a perilous honor to speak English because my accent is not terrible. I will try to be okay. My friends and I are infinitely honored to be here in Stellenbosch with you today. It's our first time in South Africa, and it's also our first time with our outside official robe for our confrérie. The essential object of the brotherhood, confrérie in French, it's easier. It's confrérie of la Chantepleur de Vouvray. But what is Chantepleur? Chantepleur is a wooden tap we put in the barrel and chant, say, to sing, and pleur, cry. It's sing, cry. It's singing when we turn it, and it's crying, whine, of course, when after. So, what is Chantepleur? I said. What is Vouvray? Ah, Vouvray, you know, I'm sure. Vouvray is perhaps the oldest appellation in the Loire Valley, because Saint-Martin put the first vine in the 4th century and developed the vineyard on the top of the hills of the Loire Valley. And of course, from all along those centuries, the grape variety is Chenin Blanc. So Vouvray is only Chenin Blanc, nothing other. Voilà. Of course, we have all the range of the wine we can produce with Chenin Blanc, the dry, the off-dry, the sweet, sparkling, and je ne sais plus ce que je dois dire.
Not sure what I have to say more.
I will delegate my function of grand maître to Tanya, because she speaks your language very well.
Merci beaucoup, Philippe.
Thank you very much, Philippe, and hello, everyone.
So at this very special ceremony outside of France, the first ever for the Brotherhood in South Africa, without further ado, we would like to call the following people that are going to have an official induction into the knighthood of the Chantepleur. We're going to ask them to join us here on stage, and then we'll take it further from there. First, can we please ask Mr. Jeff Greer to step forward? Next up is Rosa Kruger. And then can we ask Donnie Statler, who's also going to stand in for his wife, Karen Statler. Two glasses for Donnie. And can we ask David Sadi to stand up, who will also be standing for himself and his wife, Nadia Sadi. Then we've got Michael Frijon, who's been at the service of Chenin Blanc for over 20 years. Please join us. And of course, Ken Forrester. And our 10th, with the two wives that can't be here, is on her way. She's breaking all speed limits, speed records, getting at least 1 speeding fine per kilometer. She's on her way, Kathy van Sale. We hope she'll be here just before the end of the ceremony. So, this is the important part. and because I'm half blind with all the lights in my eyes, and it's her birthday tomorrow, so it's an extra special celebration, we'd like to ask Nolene now, who's also part of those being introduced, to come forward. Nolene? A double glass for Nolene because it's her birthday tomorrow. So I'm addressing our future knights. Noble ladies, noble sirs, I would like to believe that you are honestly prepared for this event. By studying the very important rules of our brotherhood, friend of a friendly euphoria, which nonetheless prohibits degrading excesses. By submerging you in the symbolic bath of purification, as was done in former times by the candidate knights. I'm certain, too, that you have examined carefully your past behavior regarding noble wines, and Vouvray and Chenin Blanc, of course, in particular. That you have taken firm commitment to remove from your life all error, all excessive drinking sessions, all grave errors concerning the divine bottle. I will now ask you, do you commit yourselves to serve by all means in your possession the very noble cause of Vouvray and of Chenin Blanc, to pursue and overcome all the drinkers of infamous and hypocritical mixtures like water, to reprimand and discipline those who do not know how to taste wine as it should be, to promote amongst your parents, friends, acquaintances, cousins, uncles, brothers-in-law, the delicious nectar of Vouvray Chenin Blanc. Lastly, to defend the valorous winemakers of the noble vine, honest and comforting, forever and always. If it is firmly your intention to say, do, and work, as mentioned, please raise your right hand and declare loudly and solemnly, I agree. I'm sorry, I didn't really hear them. Again. Can you say it again, please? No, it's going to be a bit louder. One more time, please. Knight candidates, look at this glass and admire its beautiful color. Secondly, smell it and appreciate its fine aromas. Thirdly, taste it with skill, then drink it until the last drop, after which you turn the glass over onto your head. To end this, to continue, I will now ask our knights from Vouvray whether they accept these new knights into the brotherhood. This will be done in French, of course. Grand dignitaires,
great dignitaries and brothers, do you esteem yourselves according to your soul and conscience that we can allow to enter these candidate knights who have just have agreed to be member of this confrérie?
Therefore, noble ladies, noble sirs, you have heard and understood the sentence of the Grand Council, in faith of which we, Grand Masters of the Order of the Chantepleurs, the spirit of our father, François Rabelais, invoked our very wise Grand Council, now decide to admit you into our venerable brotherhood. We will now, one by one, give them their official certificate, flown out all the way from Vouvray. First off, Mr. Jeff Greer. Rosa Kruger. Donnie and Karen Statler. David and Nadia Sadi. Michael Frijon. Kathy? And Ken Forrester. Kathy van Sale. Nolene Now. That concludes our ceremony. Our friends from Anjou will be up next. If I could just ask our new knights to step to your left and to stay at the front here during the next ceremony, and at the end there will be a photo opportunity. Thank you very much.
Gentes dames, nobles seigneurs, faites silence, le grand maître vous parle.
The great master is addressing you. Hello. The confrérie of the Knights of Saumur and Anjou was created in 1904 in Montreuil-Bellay. It has in Angers since 1947 in very beautiful. It's arranged around an international order with a commandery created in London in '68 and another one in China since 2016. Our objective is to make our wines known in general and the wines from Saumur in particular, and to contribute to bringing, to highlighting the wines as a unique product. We like the idea of sharing, to share knowledge, to share passion of wine, to share a friendship around a glass of wine, of course, a good glass of wine. The International Chenin Congress in Stellenbosch, in this beautiful country, is a very special moment of sharing and with all the people who are working very hard to make the Chenin Blanc known, and that it's the noblest of varieties. And the Chenin in Anjou is not the only variety, but it is the king variety, if you like. And today we have a beautiful production of wines of Chenin, effervescent and also dry, and in an entire palette of different wines that are produced of the Chenin. We are honored and proud to know you and to have had the privilege of making you part of this confrérie of the Chenin. Microphone, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Thank you very much. So I would like to now, to the grade of Hélène Nivaut, also to come and collect her certificate as being part of the confrérie. Mr. Jamie Good. Sire Garth Cliff.
And Monsieur
Nicolas Peterkin. Sire Nicolas Peterkin. I would also like to ask, as to the grade of officer, Mrs. Ina Smith. Dr. Hélène Nivaut.
Stellenbosch University. Dr. Jamie Good, it's you. Author, UK. Mr. Garth Cliff, winemaker, Perth, Australia. Mr. Nicolas Peterkin, winemaker, Perth, Australia. La confrérie est très honorée.
The confrérie is very honored to count you among us knights.
Very honored to welcome you today. Votre mission.
Your mission is simple, more or less.
Your mission is very simple. Almost simple. Thank you. Almost simple.
So, Chenin, you need to inform the whole world that the Chenin is the noblest of varieties, and that the wines that are made from Chenin, whether it's from the Loire Valley, Australia, or South Africa. Of course, we would prefer the wines from the Loire Valley, of course, but that these wines are incomparable. Do you agree with this undisputable truth? Is anyone who can translate this for us?
Okay, to promote the Chenin and to let the world to know the Chenin is the most noble grape varietal. Do you agree? Thank you.
Mrs. Ina Smith,
Manager of Chenin Blanc,
South Africa. Dear Ina, je ne vous présente pas.
I am not introducing you because, in fact, you are known across the world even more than the Chenin itself.
Dear Ina, we don't introduce you. You're worldwide known already, almost as much as the noble Chenin grape.
J'ai été très fière de vous introduire.
I was very proud to have introduced you in the confrérie 3 years ago.
Food there are 3 years ago in Angers. Je suis très heureuse.
And I'm very happy to find you here again in Stellenbosch and also to make you the officer and the confrérie.
Here in Stellenbosch and to upgrade you in officier grade, officer, like as officer. Want you to be? Voulez-vous devenir officier?
Would you like to become an officer in the confrérie? Do you accept?
Alors, le serment. Le hamac.
Okay, you have to read this.
You have-
If you can read.
You have to
swear.
Put your hands there. And to say, to read that, please.
Alors, c'est aussi.
Je jure devant notre.
I swear before our master Rabelais that when my glass will be full, I will empty it, and when the glass will be empty, I will be sorry for it. So.
Bien. Nous vous invitons, we invite you to degust this Chaume Premier Cru from domaine du Petit Métrique. And Chaume is on the southwest of Angers, one of the best part of Léon, near the Léon, and the first cru in Loire. Oh, please, you do it. You can drink slowly as you want. Okay. We have our time. You have, it's the first cru in Loire area. Vous prenez votre temps, mais quand même, nous vous attendons.
You're taking your time, but we're waiting.
Don't be afraid. Par Noé, père de la vigne, par Bacchus, dieu du vin, par Saint Vincent, patron des vignerons.
I announce you a chevalier officer in the confrérie, in the brotherhood of the wines of Anjou-Saumur. So here, this is a diploma which is going to be given to each. It was done by in Angers at the Institute of Gravure, done in the traditional way.
This diploma is made by
This was made by the Institute of Illumination of Angers, and it's a technique which goes back to the Middle Ages. So, in our brotherhood, there are two words. Co, this is the word, French word, confrérie. Co is with, and frérie, which is a gathering of brothers and sisters. So today in Stellenbosch, this has a very strong meaning for us in Stellenbosch today. Thank to Mr. Ken Forrester to have allowed this. Thank to Evelyn de Pontbriand and Martin de Favredan, all the organizers of these three wonderful days. Now we are going to take the oath on this Chenin, and I ask for Martin de Favredan and the Brotherhood of Chantepleurs to come and share with you the oath of the Chenin.
Après, c'est moi. Ah ben, c'est moi. Alors, on va faire...
We're going to do it in French and in English.
Vous êtes prêts? Tous ensemble?
Are you ready? We do it all together.
Ambassadeur du Chenin, je jure de défendre ce noble cépage à travers le monde et de faire connaître l'excellence et la diversité des vins qu'il permet de produire dans ces régions et ces terroirs de prédilection. In English, I, Ambassador of Chenin, swear to support and defend this noble vine around the world, and I swear to promote the excellence and diversity of Chenin wines produced in favorite regions and terroirs. I just want to put officially fan de Chenin for those confrères, new confrères.
Je voudrais juste officiellement conférer, je ne sais pas si c'est un badge, if it's a badge or what.
Est-ce que tu veux dire quelque chose de plus? Eh bien, voilà, les intronisations sont terminées. C'est la fin de ces deux belles intronisations.
So the inductions have finished. These are beautiful induction. Thank you to Vouvray. Thank you to Anjou Saumur for having brought up this brotherhood. Vive long live the Chenin.